कर दे कर आवाज
Hazır.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ahluwalia.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can.
Okay, good. Hello, Manoj.
Can you hear me, sir?
Good afternoon. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Manoj.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Sinasa. How are you, sir?
Good
Sinasa,
afternoon. Good
yeah.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Thank you.
आवाज नहीं जाएगी फिर।
Well, sir, good afternoon. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rawat. How are you?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
A bit low.
Yes, Okay.
Good
Is it better
afternoon,
now?
Mr. Goyal. Good afternoon, Mr. Goyal.
It's still low? Good afternoon, General Saab. How are you?
Very fine. सिन्हा साहब आपको कर रहे थे, अनुराग.
Hello, Mr. Sinha. How are you?
Very well, sir. Good afternoon.
Good to see you. Good to see you. And look forward to hearing you now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Colin.
Hello. I'm calling from a different location. I'm in a
Yeah.
boat at the bottom of the garden. So apologies for the background.
Yeah.
Good morning, Professor Colin. How are you, sir?
Fine. I'm all the better for seeing you on the screen, Manoj.
Yes, I could see that. I mean, yes, you've got a beautiful bag.
It's great to see colleagues because I really missed seeing you over the past year.
Yes, yes, same here. Thank you.
Better now?
Mr. Manoj, if you have our guests in, can we start? It's already 3 p.m. Sure. All right. Okay, so let's start the event now. Good afternoon, everyone. The ones I can see, and I'm sure that there are a lot of you I can't see with me right now, but there are a whole bunch of IoT Global family members who are joining us for this very special global virtual session from various parts of the world. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Ritika Jhanji Jakriani, and it's always an honor to be a part of IoT's global virtual sessions. This one being very special because I'm told that it's an absolutely unmissable event on such a global scale. On behalf of IoT India family, it's a pleasure to welcome all our IoT distinguished members to this very special global virtual session, the topic for which is Strategic Foresight for Boards, Shaping the Future. And of course, we're going to be looking at various aspects of it. What the future holds for the boards has, the interest in it has really exploded in the past some time. And we're very happy to share that we have had a series of these sessions where we've looked at the challenges as well as the opportunities that are arising for the board of directors from even this era of pandemic. And today in this session, we have some very eminent global thinkers and some futurists with us. As you all know, the names are in the show flow, who will be with us to share their very deep insights on how can actually board of directors steer their organizations towards a more sustainable future, even in this challenging time. But before I do that, let me welcome on board all the members who are joining us, not just from India. I'm told we have members from UAE, from UK, from Finland, from Malaysia, Canada, Singapore, Spain, and many other countries. So all of you in India, very good afternoon, and for the similar time zones. But for a lot of you, it's morning out there. So very good morning to all of you. And I would like to share another very important fact with you. It is that even despite the pandemic, IOD India has managed to add a lot of new members. And we've managed to conduct a lot of trainings of a lot of executives and a lot of board of directors. You'll be happy to know that around 752 members joined IOD family during the last financial year. And IOD also trained around 814 directors and senior executives of various organizations. So, of course, we'll be looking at the strategic foresight, which is very, very important for the board of directors in this session. But let me also tell you that today at 6 p.m., we also have a very important breakout session in which we will be discussing Tamil Nadu as a preferred investment destination. A big thank you to all our partners for the overwhelming support for this program. I would like to thank our gold partners, starting with the Tamil Nadu Handloom Weavers Cooperative Society, popularly known as Co-optex, our silver partners, Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewage Board, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation Limited, State Industries Promotion Corporation of Tamil Nadu, Tamil Nadu Cooperative Milk Producers Federation Limited, Chennai Metro Rail Limited, Tamil Nadu Cements Corporation, Tamil Nadu Tea Plantation Corporation, Tamil Nadu Cooperative Milk Producers Federation Limited, and Chennai Metro Rail Limited, Guidance Tamil Nadu. So looking forward to an action-packed virtual session ahead of us. But let's begin without further ado. And to do that, I would like to call upon and request Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, the President of Institute of Directors India, to please deliver the welcome address. Over to you, General Ahluwalia.
Thank you, Ritika. Respected Chief Guest, Shri U.K. Sinha ji, Shri Anurag Goyal, the Program Chairman, Shri KVR Murthy, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, as the guest of honor, Mr. Dinesh Khara, Chairman, State Bank of India, Mr. Sailesh Haribhakti, Shri Mohandas Pai, and our other esteemed professional foreign speakers, Roman, Sylvain, and Colin, honorable members, and special invited guests. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all for this very special global webinar on strategic foresight for the boards. Today's webinar is to help leaders, planners, and other professionals develop a more powerful strategic posture to master the challenges of a changing world. The corporate boards need a strategic foresight for shaping the future of their organizations. Our thinking and intuition about the future are linear, but the technology is moving exponentially. If I take 30 steps linearly, I reach at 30. If exponentially, I get to 1 billion. This is what the difference is. The boards need to align their corporate strategies with the transformative changes that lie ahead. Share insights on the disruptive impact of exponential technologies and the fluctuating global COVID pandemic of the present. 50 years ago, Alvin Toffler made startling forecasts in his book, Future Shock. He foresaw rapid social and technological progress that would sweep in a new, unrelenting era of change, heralded by inventions such as the internet. He is the one who coined the term information overload and showed a glimpse of the emerging social and business environment. He was observing the weak or distant signals of change, practicing foresight, a new discipline which is now seeking wider applications. The World Economic Forum has called for a great reset, the changes that are required in all spheres of society for a transition to a new, renewable, circular economy. Reimagining of India needs addressing challenges, enabling transformations, and bridging the gaps. The reimagining of India comprises of addressing challenges, enabling transformation. What we need is a coherent vision of the future, a long-term perspective on themes which would serve as the millstones along India's onward journey. The exponential technologies are transforming and reshaping the world. The fusion of technologies is blurring the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres. How boards deal with paradox of exponential technologies, a future where unlimited opportunities and existential threats coexist. Today's world of socio-political weaknesses, where understanding of the ESG is non-negotiable, need a coherent vision of the future. Tomorrow's world of rapidly changing time, speed, and scale of things would depend on sustainability and scalability. But is the future really predictable? Certainly not. Foresight is not a prediction, but a plausible view of what might happen. Reduce anxiety about navigating the uncertain future. It develops informed confidence to step boldly into uncertain future. The strategic foresight has valuable tools like scenario planning, Delphi, artificial intelligence, data analytics, and so on. The trends of weak signals to visualize the possible preferred future scenarios is important. They challenge assumptions, inspire imagination to explore the range of futures that could plausibly emerge. They develop strategies that are robust across a range of possibilities to delve into desired outcomes. Foresight is the deep understanding of trends and technology, demographics, regulations, and lifestyles, which all can be harnessed to rewrite industry rules and create competitive space. The most prudent step in uncertain times is to stay close to emerging trends and embed a foresight culture in the organization. The future is undeniably difficult to predict. The reimagining of business comprises of addressing challenges, enabling transformations to bridge the gaps. Adopting future-driven strategy aligned with the transformative changes that lie ahead is essential for the business success in the world of tomorrow. IOD has made a pioneering start on strategic foresight for the corporate India since last year. With the expert inputs and overall architectural advice from Shri Anurag Goyalji, IOD plans to soon set up a strategic foresight cell under our Department of Board Research and Advisory. Today's webinar will focus on several amorphous but critical elements of foresight, management, and leadership that need special attention to address challenges and bridge the gaps to enable transformation. Your thoughts would be invaluable to bring foresight in board processes in the context of emerging exponential technologies like quantum computing, blockchain, and so on. And we will need a new legal and regulatory architecture that would best suit the future corporate world. Your thoughts on all these aspects would be invaluable for all of us. Thank you and wish you a very good evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, General Ahluwalia, for that very warm welcome address and, of course, outlining what you're looking forward to in this session. Let me quickly bring in our chief guest for the session, Mr. U.K. Sinha, retired IAS, former chairman of SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India, who's also currently a board member on multiple boards. Mr. Sinha, as we all know, is a visionary himself. If you've read his book, Going Public, My Time at SEBI, which was released at the beginning of last year, which I'm sure a lot of you have read, that will throw a lot of light on the basic requirements for the functioning of an independent regulator and how the independence and accountability of regulator, both the things go hand in hand. We are deeply honored, sir, for you have taken so much time and joined us as a chief guest for this session. Over to you, Mr. UK Sinha. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm especially thankful to General Ahluwalia for inviting me and also for accommodating my time commitments and time constraints. So thank you again. When I was looking at the theme of this session, a strategic foresight, I started thinking about how the same question can be asked about societies and countries rather than only about companies. And one important line from Dr. Iqbal came to my mind, which is, Iran Mishra Roma submit gaye jahan se. What is it that countries which were having a glorious past, there were such great empires which were created, no longer exist, nobody even talks about. I was looking at the list of top 100 Fortune 100 companies in the world, and between 2008 and 2018, in the 10-year period, there were 43 companies out of 100 which were new, which were not there in the list in 2008. So only 57 companies could retain their place, and 43 are new. And those who have been able to retain their place in top 100, many of them have also lost their rank. If you look at 2021 and look at the top 10 companies, 8 of them are in the tech or fintech sector. But I must hasten to add that it is not a question about a sector preference which guides the strategic thinking of a company. What is really important here is that even in these companies, which may be of a particular sector, there are hundreds of other companies in the same sector which are way behind. So these companies which are in the top 10, they may be close to each other, but they are far, far ahead of others when we look at the other companies in the same sector. So it's not a question of being in the right sector. And how have they done it? They have done it because they have been able to innovate. They have accepted challenges. They have accepted new questions. They have asked themselves new questions. They have refocused their energy. They have visualized the future as it is evolving, and they have reinvented themselves. And those companies are coming as winners. While it is true that use of technology, use of new management practices can be crucial and critical in staying ahead of the other companies. But I think that a strategic foresight requires something much deeper than adopting a new technology or a new management practice. And that is, in my opinion, what we can call the DNA of a company. What is the DNA of the company? And here, unlike other living organisms, the advantage is, the beauty is that if the management and the board, they want to change their DNA, they can change it. Unlike living organisms, the DNA of a company can be changed. In fact, it can be changed in a reasonable short time. So that is the biggest lesson that all of us have to take into mind. And the point I have to make here is that whether the company
Okay, there seems to be some technical issue there. I think we will wait for that video to revive.
So let us culture of the organization. And my feeling, if an organization, if am I audible? Can I continue, Ritika? Ritika, can I continue?
Yes, sir. Please go on. You're back. You're back, sir. You're back.
Okay, okay. So I was saying that if the culture of a company is one of opacity, if it is one of lies and falsehood, if it is a culture of fear from the top down in all the decision making, then there is less chance that such a company will be successful in having a good strategic thinking and a strategic planning. There is another mistake which some companies do, that strategic thinking means you create a core group of employees and experts. Maybe you hire a consultant or you have experts around and let them do all the strategic planning and all the strategic thinking. Whereas a strategic thinking requires the involvement of the entire organization. It is not something which an isolated, a small group of people can do it. It is more a cultural issue for the organization rather than a select few leaders. I like to highlight this by giving you a few examples. In 2019 in the USA, two companies in the same area of operations, same area of business, they went for their IPO. And if you look at the prospectus that both of them filed, you will appreciate how far apart they were in their culture. The companies are Uber and Lyft. In case of Lyft, the word culture was it. In case of Uber, the prospectus said that toxic and they have on for example, issues of software regularly, the data could be captured, all sorts of things. And if you look at the behavior of the share prices after the listing, Uber was nowhere where Lyft behaved after the listing. The two were poles apart so far as their share market performance was concerned. I can give you a few more examples just to highlight this point. Look at Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo had a culture where top-down short-term targets were given because everybody wanted a certain amount of bonus. Employees were not heard. Fictitious accounts were opened. In fact, not only fictitious accounts were opened, but also there were instances where account holders having no car were debited for supposedly a car insurance. Obviously, these things led to a serious problem for the company. The same thing happened with Kobe Steel, a very large corporation, but there was a culture, it was discovered, that they used to falsify their quality testing of the steel that they supply. And mind you, they supply the steel to nuclear plants and space research institutions and all that. So they had a problem. There are other examples. Volkswagen is another example where they had to recall 10 million vehicles because it was discovered that they had implanted a particular type of software to beat the emission regulators when they were testing the vehicles and things like that. I also have other indicators or other ideas which can give us some notion about what is the culture of the organization. There have short-term diversity and diversity also means diversity from people with different background, racial and other backgrounds, minorities, and things like that. And generally, it is now being discovered all over the world that organizations which are more alive to the requirements of a reasonable pay ratio, more alive to the requirements of diversity, over a longer period of time, these companies are doing better. And I also must say that for a strategic thinking, it is very important for companies to be able to catch early warning signals and early trends. Many companies start living in the past. They think that what they are doing is fine. These trends are short-term trends. They will go away. They are fashions. They are fads. And unfortunately, many of them run into difficulty. And signals can come from a variety of sources. What are the proxy advisors saying about you? Maybe some of them are motivated, but kindly listen to them, absorb them. Is there something right that they are saying? What are the whistleblowers saying? Let as a company, we should have a culture of examining that. Many companies just dismiss it. Oh, this is something from a whistleblower. He must be a biased person. Are employees being encouraged to come out with new ideas? Ideas cannot come just only from the top. Many good ideas come from employees. So are we allowing them to come out with new ideas, or is it only a top-down thing? Unless the company follows a collaborative and cooperative working environment, I'm afraid it will find it very difficult to come up high on a strategic thinking and a strategic planning. And I also like to say that the signals can come from variety of sources. As an example, let me talk about ESG. General Ahluwalia also talked about that. So, but I'd like to elaborate on this. In May this year, 2021, the International Energy Authority in Vienna, they have come out with a guidance. They have come out with a guidance that if zero net emission by 2050 is to be met, then oil and gas demand has to come down by 75%. Oil demand has to come down by 75%, I'm sorry. Gas demand by 50%. And coal 90%. And they also say that it is important that from this year onwards, there should be no fresh investments in oil and gas or in fossil fuels. No fresh exploration, no fresh investment. Only then that the target can be met. This is a very considered finding from a reputed agency like IEA Vienna. They have also said that the share of fossil fuels in global energy supply chain today, which is about 80%, it has to go down to 20%. From 80%, it will go down to 20%. And solar will be the most important single source of energy, and it will contribute about 20%. Another interesting development happened about a couple of months ago in Netherlands, where a district court, civil court, invoked the policy, invoked the requirement of human rights to say, in case of Royal Dutch Shell, that whatever targets they have given for reduction in their greenhouse gases, that has to be drastically increased. The court was not satisfied with the targets that they had given to themselves, and it was a complaint by shareholders and activists. But imagine a civil court invoked the human rights obligations, and they have ruled like this. And the beauty here is that after this judgment was made, everybody thought that Royal Dutch Shell will go against this judgment in appeal. But the board of Royal Dutch Shell have decided that they will honor this judgment and they will not go in appeal. So they are willing to further enhance their emission reduction targets rather than fight a legal battle. Obviously, they must have weighed many things and which must have been their consideration when they decided. But to me, it gives a very positive message that how this year, SEC from Chevron that the activists are asking for certain pass and to disallow and reject that. And SEC said no. The US SEC rejected this. They said it is a matter between the shareholders. It has to be decided in the AGM, and the regulator will not interfere in this. There are many other examples which come to my mind, but let me move to the next point. And the next point I would like to move is that there are a number of signals coming. While I talked about what is happening in the area of activist shareholders or the court orders, let me talk about what is happening in the front of the regulators and governments. And you will find that let us start with India. The SEBI LODR, the regulations which came out in 2015, for the first time, they had a chapter on principles. And it said very clearly that in case of any dichotomy or doubt or suspicion about whether the language of the regulation will prevail or the principles will prevail, it said that the principles will prevail. In the United Kingdom, they are encouraging, the regulator is encouraging companies to come out with a five-year rolling business plan. For next year can be a 5-year rolling. There are such companies on matters like quarterly disclosures. So there are exemptions for this. We know that on ESG, there is a global consensus and very strong consensus, particularly this year, 2021. In fact, 2020 and 2021 are very important years in the area of sustainability. And any company, whether they are in hydrocarbon business or any very, very subtle change. By 50. Chinese president has it by 060. The new US president has again reaffirmed his commitment to climate goals. And the US SEC, which under the previous regime had gone a little slow on these matters, have again started asserting themselves on matters of sustainability and good governance. So what does it show to us? This shows to us that there are some very strong signals coming from the regulators and the government. Let me bring you back to India. In the case of SEBI, for example, in June, that is late May, last week of May this year, they have changed what was earlier called the BRR, the business responsibility reports. They have modified it to business responsibility and sustainability reporting requirements. So BRR has become BRSR, but it's not only a change of name. What is important that this is going to be mandatory for top 1,000 companies from next year. And what does it say? It says, for example, that there have to be reporting which are not reporting in a good English, but they are reporting of numbers which are quantifiable, the numbers which are measurable, which are standardized, and which are comparable. And this reporting is going to be mandatory for top 1,000 companies, which means about 95% of the market cap in the country. And let me also remind that this applies not only about the direct emissions by such companies, so that we should not be under the impression that these apply only to companies in the energy and on scope 3. So any company, for example, whether they are in the steel business or cement business or shipping business or even financials, they will have to now report about these things, which the investors can then compare. And since it will be a standard format, the investors can take a quick decision based on that. I also like to say that as we speak, there are several climate-related cases going on in courts in the United States. And these court cases have been filed by local governments and in one case by a state government. And points are being raised, for example, asking for compensation from a company because that company allegedly, because of the company's practices, the tidal wave has gone up, has risen high, and the coastal wall has to be raised, and the cost of that coastal wall has to be met from the company by way of a compensation. In the US so far, there has not been any court judgment, unlike the Dutch Netherlands example that I gave. But to me, it reminds me of the developments which took place in 80s and 90s about tobacco litigation. Nobody believed that tobacco-related litigation in the USA could lead to hefty penalties and actions by the courts, but that happened. And my worry is that if one such action takes place, it will be a precedent for hundreds of other companies. Germany has recently, again in the month of June, they have passed a new climate law. And earlier they had a plan to stop use of new coal plants by 2038. But now they have passed a law whereby this target has been related business. The group in the state, which heads of and heads met lately, they have a consensus that no government funds will be provided for coal-related assets now. So they have come to a decision. We also know that investor money is flowing in a very big way in ESG-related sectors or companies which are scoring high on ESG. Almost $32 trillion of money is there in investable money is there now on ESG related funds. And last 1 year, 1/3 of the global equity funds, 1/3 has gone into ESG funds. There was a survey by Ernst & Young, and it said that 86% of the millennials, they did a survey of millennials, and the millennials said that they are going to invest only in those companies which are scoring high about in ESG, because these youngsters are worried about their own future and the next generation. So we can see the talking about the signals. The signals are there from courts, signals are there from regulators, signals are there from institutional investors, signals are there from even young investors, millennials. The signal is there. I'd also like to add here that besides these points, I'd also like to add that there are other areas coming away from ESG. I am also trying to highlight that while we always talk of technology being a disruptor and companies suffering because they have not taken care of the change in technology. And it is right that technology is changing in an exponential way. But I'm also trying to highlight here that the uncertainties about government regulations, uncertainties about government actions, uncertainties about regulatory action is also something which a company must watch very, very carefully. Look at what has happened to Alibaba in the which stop them taking and they have from taking new client. Obviously, the share prices have crashed, and not only their share prices, but a host of other companies. In India, also, we are seeing friction about we are seeing about privacy. OECD countries are coming to a conclusion about minimum tax that should be charged. So all these new developments and changes in government laws are also something which a good board has to take into account. A good company has to take into account. These are signals which cannot be ignored. Now I'm coming to a part of my talk, which is about what I'm observing in the Indian boards. And here I would like to point out that in many companies, I'm finding that there is a reluctance on the part of the executive management to give a wide role to the board in strategic matters. And mind you, there is a SEBI requirement that it's a board obligation of the board to help in strategic planning. It's a SEBI requirement. The board has also been mandated to look at immediate or long-term risk which the company or the management must be taking. But there is a general aversion in sharing these things. And I'm talking not only of boards which are promoter driven. I have noticed this even in boards where there are active private equity investors, or boards in which there are foreign investors. So that whatever they are in a routine plan, they want the board to stop this, to wait as a rubber stamp and not ask questions. My feel that the new rule which SEBI has come out with, rule that from 1st April 2022, in top 1,000 companies, there will be separation of chairman and managing director. And the moment that starts kicking in, and the rules also say that there cannot be any relationship between the managing director and the chairman, and a lot of ring fencing has been planned there. My own feeling is that will be a very momentous occasion when the boards will be able to take a call and influence strategic planning. I have seen it personally. I have seen that independent directors talk about what challenges and risks we are likely to encounter. They want discussion on that, but a very routine type of paper is produced in the boards. I'm not happy about it, and I think once the process of separation of chairman and managing director takes place, this will be a very good point about that. And finally, I would like to mention that the board has to set up some mechanism that they are listening to the employees, they are listening to the whistleblowers, that they are listening to the outside world. Of course, they have to engage outside experts and consultants, but more important is that the strategic thinking and planning cannot be only vertical and one-sided flow. It cannot be just from top to bottom. If it is vertical, it has to be also from bottom to top, but more importantly, it has to be horizontal. And if that happens, my feeling is that the changes which are taking place in the landscape, that they have inputs that they receive from everybody. Thank you once again for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha. Thank you so much for making out time. And I must say that the way you corroborate everything you say, exemplify everything you say, is truly a learning experience. Just to listen to you, one learns just so much. Thank you again for making out time for this virtual session. And now moving on to inviting our guest of honor, Mr. K. Venkata Ramanamurthy, IDAS Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, and Board Member SEBI, is with us right now. Mr. Murthy is an officer from the 1991 batch of the Indian Civil Services, and presently he is Joint Secretary Policy in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. He brings with him vast experience of working across many ministries and departments of the central government. He is driving presently key corporate governance and ease of doing business related reforms in India, an architect of the decriminalization of the Companies Act 2013, and a specialist of the Companies Act, LLP Act, Competition Act, SEBI, and related capital market issues. He is credited with transforming the procedure for incorporating companies in India to the government process re-engineering, which is now leading to the incorporation of a company in India in just less than 1 day. Mr. Murthy also addressed our last IOD's annual directors conclave, which was very well received by the August audience. And today he is here amongst us on popular demand, I must say. We are very grateful to you, Mr. Murthy, for your kind and continued support. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jagtiani. It's actually nice to be back with the IOD fraternity, even though it's a little disappointing to be with you all only virtually and not in flesh and blood. Right. So, but not to waste my not to waste the time of all the luminaries and dignitaries who are here. General Ahluwalia, Shri Ashok Kapoor, distinguished invitees, all the experts from the corporate world, a very good afternoon to all of you. And I trust that the IOD community is safe and healthy in these trying times, So first of all, I would like to thank IOD for inviting me here again today to be amidst you all and giving me an opportunity to meet you all. And I must confess that IOD sessions are always packed with content and takeaways and invariably leave a lot of food for thought amongst all of us. So my job in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in the Government of India is to formulate the laws and the rules by which companies, partnerships are made and run in this country. And it's my job to submit these to the cabinet and through my minister, and then get the laws passed by the parliament and then implement them and create the mechanism by which these are converted into implementable frameworks. So I'm less of an expert on the concept of strategic foresight for boards, and I'm more into lawmaking and corporate governance. That would be more of a subject that I would have been comfortable with. But so it would not be very appropriate for me to dwell on topics on which probably I do not really specialize in. But nevertheless, I will share some thoughts with you all. So as Ms. Jagtiani brought out, a couple of years ago, I was invited by the IOD to speak on sustainability, and I remember that I had spoken about how good governance and good corporate governance improves the public's faith in our corporate leaders, and how good governance ultimately focuses on fostering sustainability, creates sustainable values, and helps companies achieve their world vision. I still recall that I had exhorted the community then on the need to reduce risks and attract new investors and increasing equity of companies. But the most important thing which I had spoken about the last time I was with you all was about the Gandhian principles of trusteeship and how sustainability will happen eventually when we do business ethically, transparently, and with accountability. And I feel that these are even more relevant today when we are faced with what is an invisible enemy, and something that none of us had experienced before in our lifetime. And this enemy has shown us the need for relentless focus on strategic foresight, I feel, and nowhere is it relevant more than in the boards of companies of this country. Now, this pandemic has upended our world, and so many of our established business models and companies and businesses themselves have been upended, and nobody really expected this kind of a beating down. But within the government of India, within the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, uh, even though I'm saying this with something like patting my own back, but we have been quick in our responses. So even before the first lockdown happened, we had rolled out our first response, and which essentially focused on two key aspects: the need for businesses to continue their operations. So business continuity was a prime objective when we rolled out our response last year, and then the need to conserve liquidity in companies. These were two big things which we focused on, and we worked as a team on both the Companies Act and the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. So in that sense, I would say that we were agile, and that stood us in good stead. So we knew what our companies needed, and we had our measured response in place by the time the lockdown was commenced. So that's saying a lot for the government, which is often criticized for not reacting in time. So before the lockdown took effect, we had our first set of measures which are already rolled out, and we were up and running. And a lot of times law, it is said that, law does not keep up with the times, but this time round, we hit the ground running. That is what we feel. So what is it that we did to make this possible? We had our data in place, and we had analyzed multiple scenarios which required, different kinds of responses, and anticipated the implementational challenges which we will encounter on the way. And we used technology, I feel, very adroitly, and deployed weather balloons, which alerted us ahead of what's going to come our way and where we are going to run into a jam. And we took informed decisions for what we consider as optimized responses. Most importantly, we made things happen, and so that we were not slammed against the wall and looking for solutions when the doomsday is upon us. So the message I'm going to give to the boards is that they have to be the ones to initiate disruptive changes as per a plan, instead of reacting to disruptive kind of events. And one needs to be informed and possess strategic and technology foresight capabilities for this, and companies must invest heavily in these strategic and technology foresight capabilities. And as Mr. Sinha sir already brought out, this is something which has to be built up as a culture, from the bottoms up, right from the grassroots level of companies up to the topmost, management levels of the companies. With the kind of social engineering that one sees these days, and the almost explosive use of social media, and also the networks and network effects in digital markets, which we see on a daily basis, boards are going to be dealing with serious subjects such as privacy, ethics, and the need for simultaneously abiding by the spirit and the letter of the law also. So data has become the most important asset in today's world, and much of innovation, strategic planning, and implementation is all data driven now. So, and data must drive the board's efforts to anticipate change, build organizational capacity to respond to that change, influencing the actions of other stakeholders who are also part of the system, and then using those results as you come up with experiences for tweaking your responses, and also relearning the options. We all know that so there have been so many companies which possessed the quality of strategic foresight, and those which did not. And Apple is a classic example of the first category, and some of the typical old camera manufacturers like Kodak are prime examples of the second, and which just didn't anticipate how human behavior is going to undergo a transformation in the years to come, and how they will be wiped out of existence. So the boards must therefore marry disruptive technology with empathy and human values, and sustainability, as has already been brought out, and build core competencies with an ability to build and foster trust and collaboration amongst their own teams and vis-a-vis external stakeholders also. As I often say, whenever I'm given an audience, that we have a duty and obligation to carry the less fortunate along with us. And this is something that the boards of companies must take themselves on this aspect very seriously when they go about pursuing their objective of creating wealth. So these are some of the thoughts, and I would also like to stress on how boards have to become, nimble-footed and agile, and also diverse in their composition. Even though India has done relatively better than many of the Asian countries in terms of gender composition in the boards, but I would say that we have a long way to go, and this is something that we need to seriously look at, because women bring a fresh and alternate perspective to most things, and boards can only ignore them at their own peril. So this is what I would bring my own experience of how the government reacted to the unexpected in a very, very rapid kind of fashion, and this is a lesson probably for the corporate India also to take home and plan for the unexpected. On a very lighter vein, I would advise that boards and members of boards play more of badminton and tennis to become more fit and develop more stamina, but more importantly to get into that DNA, as Mr. Sinha already said, that the DNA must remain to be agile and nimble-footed. This is something that the companies are going to be really needing, so that they are better equipped to deal with the unexpected things that life throws at all of us. So this is what I thought I will share my thoughts with you. I'm not a great expert on strategic foresight, but then I speak from experience on being easily one of the longest serving officers within the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. I've already done almost more than 6 years, and the key is to remain agile and nimble-footed, and one of the previous secretaries of corporate affairs, Mr. Goyal sir, is already here, and I can see him, and I'm sure he will agree that being agile and nimble-footed is something that the government is now, and it is not a lumbering elephant anymore, and we are probably coming up with ideas and bringing about rapid change, which even stakeholders are finding it tough to keep pace with. So the boards of companies are going to have their hands full in trying to remain nimble and agile and sure-footed. This is something that will come about only with strategic foresight, and there are so many tools which are available, and so many capacity building avenues which are available for this, that companies have to invest serious amount of resources, not just financial resources, but also a lot of intellectual capital needs to go into it, and a lot of sweat and blood needs to go into it. And we have the history of what happened in the last 1.5 years to guide us by on the need to imbibe this into our core DNA. So this is all that I wanted to say. It is all kind of mundane kind of thoughts, but I'm sure you would agree that corporates are living organisms themselves, and they are populated by people, and these are the values that they will have to carry forward into their professional sphere as well. So that's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you so much for having me here, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhuti, for once again making time for Institute of Directors India. Of course, lots of considerations for both to take away from the deep insights that you offered about investing in the right technology, investing in the right tools, and treating data as an asset and building from there on, and being nimble, like you said, and be fast-footed. So I'm sure there is a lot to take away from the session. Before I move on to our next guest, thank you again so much for sparing time for us. Thank you. Now, please join me in welcoming Mr. Shailesh V. Haribhakti, FCA Chairman, Western Region Institute of Directors, India. He is Board Chairman, Blue Star Limited and L&T Finance Holdings Limited, Future Lifestyles Fashion Limited and NSDL E-Governance Infrastructure Limited, and Independent Director on multiple boards, who shall be delivering the keynote address. A staunch believer in corporate social responsibility, governance, and in promoting a greener environment, he represented India on the Standards Advisory Council of the International Accounting Standards Board and also a member of SEBI. Over decades of hands-on professional involvement, he has worked through a myriad of engagements which have defined the next steps at Haribhakti Group. His passion for quality is reflected in the ISO 9000 certification for various processes of the group's operations. Mr. Haribhakti has been a great supporter of IAD over several years, and once again, we are very, very grateful for him for his continuing support. Mr. Haribhakti, it's always a pleasure to have you, to listen to you and the insights and all the research that you have to offer. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ritika. Let me first greet the person who inspires me immensely, Mr. Anurag Goyal, who is really the person who has pioneered for IOD the concept of strategic foresight. You inspire us, sir. Thank you very much. General Ahluwalia, Ashokji, the wonderful panel, the speakers who came before, Mr. Murthy. It is an absolute delight to be here to speak on a subject that a person that I admire so much has crafted for us. And so I will now not talk about the past or the present, and I will talk only about the future, because strategic foresight is all about that. So for 11,500 years, we as the human race went through a flat-lined growth, because what I gave up was taken up by somebody else, and there was really no need to grow. Then when the Industrial Revolution came, we suddenly took off, and we started a almost unaffordable pace of development. Every era got compressed in terms of taking away and taking out from our planet, whether it was wood, decimation of trees, the soiling of rivers, the soiling of water, all of that we did at a pace that has brought us to the current pass, where we now have just 30 years to get to below 2 degrees Celsius in terms of incremental temperature. If we don't hit the target of drawing down at least 1,000 gigatons of carbon, then the Anthropocene age, which I just described, which is sort of full of hockey sticks like growth, will not transform into what I would like to call, in terms of board foresight, the clean tech era. And this is the first time, Anuragji, I'm mentioning this as the future which boards should drive towards. We as boards must get completely committed to the clean tech era. So two words are critical: clean and tech. Everybody has said so far that technology is galloping, it's converging, it's changing life at a pace that we never expected. But that's how it should be. Today, in our cell phone, we have the same power that 100 years ago was embedded in every device across the globe. We now have it in one cell phone. And that's the pace at which we are accelerating, and the pace at which we as boards will have to exercise strategic foresight. So here's a scenario. This morning, we committed to a project that will map the genome of the human being at a very humble hospital in Mumbai. The entire focus of attention of all of us has gone down to the cellular level. And because of the massive compute power and the massive storage power that the world has been able to garner, we can now deal with things at the cellular level. So we will see advances happening because we know how to map the genome. We know how to embed chips into everything. Every IoT is every machine, which gives us parameters on what it is doing, how it is functioning, what temperature. All parameters are monitored and measured on a continuous basis, fed into machine learning algorithms and creating fresh insights. Similarly, what we will have to evolve to at boards is to have in ourselves the ability to perform what I would like to call a brain-computer interface. And we will have to begin to draw from repositories that have been created around an entity. And then entity could be anything. It could be a nation, it could be the whole world, it could be a city, it could be a municipal corporation, it could be a corporation. But we need to have access to this repository. And we need to have, through this brain-computer interface, a diverse, agile, nimble, sure-footed board, wonderful words that Mr. Murthy used, which will be able to collaborate. The power of 7 board members being able to rapidly draw down data from a repository, multiplex it, put it through the sieve of their experience, and come out with new disruptive ideas to face the world as it emerges before them, is really the remit of strategic foresight, as I would now like to propose to Anuragji as the way forward. Because nothing short of this capability to process this massive quantum of data, and data is our greatest asset. If we are not able to process it through quantum computing, through analytics, through de-siloed ability. So let's look at just the cement industry. Imagine what dramatic changes in productivity we can achieve. Circular economy that General Ahluwalia Saab talked about earlier. If we could de-silo information about the entire global cement industry and figure out how to achieve the lowest cost of power, how to make sure that the energy mixes change, energy transitions happen, and capture it while we are sitting in a boardroom where we are making a decision on capital allocation. And while we are at it, if we could do this brain-computer interface and actually bring down that data which is relevant and commit to it, then we would have been able to make a dramatic difference to the outcomes that our board can deliver. We've all talked about ESG, and that is a great subject. But I think we now need to focus almost completely on what I like to call clean technology. The idea of net zero has to give way to the idea of gross zero, at least in scope 1 emissions. So why can't a future board or today's board not commit that we shall not take up a single capital project which will have any carbon footprint at all? That's the transformation, and that's the change that we need to get to in order to really drive the future to a clean situation. So what is clean? What is clean is defined by what I like to call conscious, purposeful, responsible consumption, starting with us as consumers, deploying all the technology, 3D printing, IoT, analytics, automation, robotics, everything, to make sure that the manufacturing process is 4.0, maybe 5.0, because if it's going to be Foresight, we just need to get to the next level, where we start thinking of digital autonomous organizations. Imagine that a whole fleet of trucks or a whole set of taxis in a city are completely autonomous, completely working on their own, following an algorithm which has been fed into them, not only picking up passengers, dropping them off, picking up goods, dropping them off, doing it flawlessly, doing it autonomously, and being completely self-governed, because when they need servicing, they will find the way to get to a service station. In our home, we experimentally installed what we have lovingly called the BOTC. This is a cleaning device which has got artificial intelligence in it. And we could put the right kind of sanitary material and water in it, and it sweeps the floors and gives us a fully sanitized atmosphere. And it has got the map of wherever it needs to go in the whole home. And it just does it autonomously. Now imagine this happens to trucks, to cars, to taxis, to airplanes, to the entire set of transport material that we use. And you can see how you can bring in clean technology, autonomous technology, digital properties, converging thoughts, which will transform and lay the groundwork for the future to be very different from our past. What we need to do is to change the mindsets. Again, I loved what General Ahluwalia said. We need to adopt an exponential mindset. But to that, I would like to add a few more mindsets that we all need to adopt. We need to have a mindset which is driven by experimentation, a mindset which is driven by innovation, a mindset which thinks in terms of moonshots and not in terms of incremental changes. Just imagine a cement company saying that in 1 year's time, we will have only autonomous EV trucks to transport everything that we have. And then the board commits to making that happen. Today you can dream of this. Today you can conceptualize this because there are places on earth where this has happened in a small proof of concept manner. And now you just need to extend it. And that is what we will all have to commit to. A clean, technology-driven, clean tech era with mindsets which are not satisfied with just incremental change, but with moonshots, with not linear, but exponential thinking. But above all, to bring in what Mr. Murthy said and what Mr. Sinha said before, to bring in the empathy, the desire to make sure that we don't have a world of haves and have-nots, but a world of haves and have-mores. So we change the whole baseline and make sure that the entire planet Earth and the entire human race moves to this new philosophy of haves and have-mores using clean technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hari Bhakti, for outlining the change of mindset that we need to actually work towards and a lot many other important points. Thank you so much always for your insights offered. Now, may I request our chairman for leading this strategic foresight initiative at IOD, Mr. Anurag Goyal, retired IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. He is also member, Competition Commission of India, Government of India, and as Mr. Hari Bhakti rightly pointed out, a true visionary and an idol for many of us. Currently, he's founder, Shaping Tomorrow Consultants LLP India. Mr. Anurag Goyal, a distinguished civil servant, joined the Indian Administrative Services in 1972 and served in Government of India in 6 ministries: Defense, Home, Civil Aviation, Health, Finance, and Corporate Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the industry knows him as the person who introduced the MCA 21 e-filing system, for which, by the way, he received Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Administration. Also, he's known as the architect who conceived and executed the globally acclaimed plan to save Satyam Computers Limited within 99 days of a fraud, and that too without any monetary support from a government. Surely there's lots to learn from him. And I also must add that he's a distinguished fellow of IOD, a true visionary leader, and promoting strategic foresight is his passion. It's an honor to have you, sir. Very, very warm welcome. Over to you, Mr. Anurag Goyal.
I have a problem. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Because I am riding two devices and nothing seems to be working. Okay, it was wonderful to hear Mr. Hari Bhakti. I could manage with my 2 devices. And good afternoon, everybody. I get very excited and when I think of this area, and then when I hear people like General Ahluwalia and Mr. Hari Bhakti and earlier Mr. Sinha and Mr. Murthy, and they're all looking at the future. So what is strategy foresight? The way I look at strategy foresight is going to be the future. It tells us many futures are possible, that we can choose the future we like, and then achieve this future by formulating effective strategies through backcasting. So that is what I look at. And the process, what happens? It exposes us to the transformative impact of exponential technologies. It equips industry, regulators, and governments with new insights into business strategies, regulatory architectures, and policy framework. In brief, strategic foresight helps us to successfully navigate in the VUCA world of today to arrive into the future of choice. And what a future Mr. Hari Bhakti has shown to you. When I talk to him, I go to a different level, so I will try to come back. And it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be part of this global webinar, which aims at helping boards and directors to make their companies future-driven. Actually, I've started feeling that all our organization, government, regulators, academia, companies, they need to be future-driven. And what General Ahluwalia and his colleagues have done, they picked up this issue, taking an initiative to try to make boards and industry future driven. So my compliments to them. And their appetite has been whetted by what we have heard so far from very eminent people. And now we will have international foresight experts, Mr. Sylvain and Roman, to give us a glimpse of our future again in different context, in different way. And my old and highly regarded friend, the one and the only one, Mohandas Pai, will then bring it all together with his unique insights. So over the next few minutes, I'll try to touch on 3 key points. First, why is it more imperative than ever before to anticipate the future? Why do we need to travel in a time machine, so to say? Second, do we have a tool to travel to the future? Does it also help in creating the future, or as I like to say, to invent the future? Of course, you already have the answer for it, but still I dwell on it. We may start the presentation, please. And third, how is this tool relevant for boards and directors? Next. So, okay. So this is what future shock has already been mentioned. Alvin Toffler, what he said, has been mentioned, a number of other quotes here. The one which is my favorite is Kalanick, when he says, those who make magic see the future before anyone else. And friends, making magic is what leadership is all about. And making magic for their companies is what directors and boards should strive to do. They need to guide the companies in understanding the forces shaping systems, anticipate surprises, and adapt dynamically. For this, we need a tool to see the future, to anticipate the future, and strategic foresight is one such tool. It explores all plausible alternate futures. Please note that there is no single predetermined future. This is a very powerful concept and allows you to decide and achieve your own future. Next, let us now travel to 2029 with Anton Musgrave, the futurist, who is seeing that year from the Mars. So video, please. And he has done this exercise with the help of Foresight. Some problem with the video? IOD team?
No, sir.
Is it coming on? Oh, seems to be some problem. I think traveling into the future is always a little problematic. So is the problem with the whole set or only with the video? Oh, okay. Next. So what is driving this change? Exponential technologies. You are all aware of exponential technologies. This slide only lists a few of them, because these technologies are the root, and it is their convergence which has a huge multiplier factor. You can see, I'm showing you this 3 quick slides which show how convergence turbo boosts the rate of change in the world and the scale of change. This one is about 3D printing, and you know what's going to happen with 3D printing? It will make local and home manufacturing possible and end the need for supply chains, transportation networks, warehouses, etc. And it threatens the entire $12 trillion manufacturing sector. Next. This one shows, the next one will show the transformation in healthcare. I mean, people are already talking of 100 being the new 60. And in fact, surprised to find that the people are doing serious research, treating death as a disease. So they say we'll find a solution. Next. And this is mind-boggling things in transportation sector. You already know that on 11th of July, Richard Branson will take off his commercial space flights and Jeff Bezos will follow on 20th. You have Bombay, Pune Hyperloop project. You have so many other interesting things. The experts later on will speak in greater detail about these sectors. Next. So I will now quickly. So I'll just quickly share with you what World Economic Forum said for 4 skills for better post-COVID-19 world. You can see them and you will find that out of 4, 3 relate to seeing the future. Future literacy, anticipation, and strategic foresight, which we'll talk about next. Withdraw slides. So how do boards, withdraw slide please. So how do boards deal with the paradoxical situation created by exponential technologies for businesses? A future in which unlimited opportunities and existential threats coexist. What kind of stewardship, new skills, and insights need to be acquired for this purpose? Now, this is the futures goal, which shows the kind of futures that can exist. And this is the kind of thing people have to look at. They have to understand how they need to change their systems, how they need to change the HR systems, and how they need to build capacity. And in this, you'll find the projected future is the one which we assume that business will continue as usual, and that past experience data will continue to be valid. But this assumption is no more true. And projecting the past into the future will not work anymore. So we have to look at different sets of assumptions and look at other alternative futures, cone of possibilities. This is the next slide, please. The next slide will show some of the same futures in a different way. What are the possible futures? What are the plausible futures? What are the probable futures? And what are the preferred futures? So this slide sort of shows you what these futures are. And obviously, we want to go to the preferred future. And the board, once it is armed with these information and these deep insights, it can deliberate and select the preferred future, and then use backcasting for formulating winning corporate strategies. We can stimulate the factors which encourage moving towards the desired future, and we can discourage the factors which have adverse effect. So this gives you an excellent starting point. Next. So I'll come to the crux of the whole thing now, and perhaps my last slide. What can strategic foresight do to help boards to shape the future? Now, I put it in 2 parts actually. The first 3 are context setting, and I'll not go, we are already running late, so I'll not go into detail that I intended to. But it's obvious that you need to understand the future of the world India, you need to understand the future of technologies, you need to understand the future of your sector. So that is context setting. Once the context setting is done, then board will come to the next set of 3 things, which you can see. what is the future of your own company? Which is the preferred future that you want? That is the second. What is the future of jobs? So you need to have a proactive HR policy. You need to understand the future of jobs. That is the second thing. And future of compliance, which of course will become almost automatic so that you don't have any problems. And people from SEBI will make sure that everybody uses that. Next. So I made it briefer, and I just want to close in a minute or two. We can stop the presentation, please. So the key thing is, and that is the important takeaway, that all this does not require you to become a foresight expert. In fact, this is a question in many of my sessions. People say, but we are small industry, we are medium industry, we can't do this. But you don't have to be an expert. All you need to do is to have a futurist mindset and to understand conceptually what it means and what it does. And the rest can be done by experts. And where do you get the experts? Of course, we have two here. But that is a problem in India. We don't have experts at the moment. That is why my think tank, Shaping Tomorrow, started years back on the task of creating a global network. I have an excellent network, and two of my distinguished colleagues are with us today. They will speak a little later. So we already have that, but IOD and I, we are working together now to set up a proper system. And we are aware that it's not that the existing companies don't visualize, they do visualize the future, they're doing all that. But studying foresight will help them to do it more systematically, more scientifically. And as somebody was asking whether it's art and science, I think it's both art and science. So they will do it that way. So the formal part, which IOD and Shaping Tomorrow will try to take forward, will enable that. With your interest and support, we'll strive to build momentum quickly. I invite you to please join and support in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Goyal, for your learned address and also all the endeavors that you're spearheading at IIT and helping us take forward so that we can streamline our processes even better. Thank you so much. Now we move on to the next keynote session, which is from Strategic Foresight, Empowering Directors for Future-Ready Corporate Governance. And for this, we have Mr. Dinesh Kumar Khara, Chairman of State Bank of India, who actually couldn't be with us in person, but he was kind enough to record a video for us and share with us. Mr. Khara is a visionary and a transformational leader. Today, SBI is #1 bank in India and also in the Fortune Global 500 list of the world's biggest corporations. He brings with him a wealth of experience in transformational leadership and has served in various roles of SBI. Not just that, he has over 33 years of experience in all facets of SME, corporate credit, deposit mobilization, international banking operation, and branch management. As I said, Mr. Khara is unable to join us live due to some prior commitments. However, he was very kind to share a video speech with us. I would request the tech team to please play that out. That was Mr. Dinesh Khara. Thank you so much, Mr. Khara, for taking time out. Though we know that he could be here live with us, but very kind of him to have taken time out in the middle of his busy schedule and have done this video speech for us. Now, we would like to invite someone very special who's joining us all the way from Germany right now. Please join me in welcoming our next distinguished keynote speaker of this keynote session. That's Mr. Roman Retzbach, a German professional futurist and futurologist, international renowned future studies expert, all the way from Germany. An internationally renowned future studies expert who lives and works in Germany, but had also lived in Asia for 10 years. His research focuses on the mega trends that will determine our lives and businesses in the years 2030 and 2050 to 2100. He and his wife have co-authored several publications, including Future Sciences, Future Studies, and Futures Dictionary. And of course, when you're talking about looking ahead at the future, I'm sure there'll be a lot to learn from him. Welcome, a very warm welcome to this global virtual session, Mr. Roman Retzbach.
Hello together here from Germany, and thank you for this invitation. One moment, try to get, it's not working. Moment, please. The presentation. Before it was working when doing the test, but now it's not working. One moment, please. Thanks. Now it's working. Okay. All right. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay. I wanted to announce and introduce you to the practical future trends of India. And on one side, it will show you the risk, on the other side, the chances. We're looking here to this chart. You see on one side left, the global or the industrial risks of beginning with the climate change and then with the pandemics and then going to other topics like diseases. When you're looking to the India risk, you see there's a big difference. The overpopulation, China will in some years have a bigger population than in China. So this and the growing infrastructures are a big problem. And then the pandemics, number 2, and climate change. Then number 4, the social and religious riots. Then 5, the lack of resources of food, water, and clean air. Then 6, then death, diseases. You see the big difference to industrial countries as a just on the way from a developing country into an industrial country. Then going please to the next slide. When I figured it out, you can see there are, can say 35% are environment problems that India has, also with infrastructure. Then coming the second, social. So with the population, number 3 is coming then the geopolitical the problems. You see here number 1, there is a war zone between Pakistan and China, never knowing is Russia friendly in future or will have take another position. Number 4, then technological problems, also with 7G, 5G, and other technologies, and last one are economical problems. But when you put it then on a content list, you can say well, biggest one, it's the percentages is very slow or low, but it's really that there really struggles in future with atomic power nations of Pakistan and China. The second is still today political business corruption. So that is how you see number 4. There is no master plan at the moment existing. When you compare it with the neighbor China, a master plan has always 2 sides. When it's not flexible, it can be really stupid running. China has a 5-year plan, and when they say developing artificial intelligence, the whole country all is going this direction. So there must not be such a hard master plan. Oh, one back, please. But I never found a vision, not a strategy or mission at the moment for India that will lead to the future. And number 3, really the environment and problems from hygiene, pollution, waste when still traveling through your country. And number 5, coming to the companies, organizations, I found very good ideas, startups, high innovation culture and level, but really no future concept for the business society models, like developing like Bangalore, special cities, make them autonomous, make an empowerment and make into innovation centers. So beside example of Bangalore. Now you can go please to the next slide. When we're looking now to the other side, what found in China is very, very good high education level, very good business, English, universities on high level. So you have many experts you can use, and the only thing is the brain game that many are outside also of India. And there's a future of really get the network to them. The second is there's a very good grassroots maker movement of an inclusive innovation. So the innovation culture is very good in India. Also, that you get innovation. So having hubs and competence centers. I said there's only one like Bengaluru, but I see that is the next 5 to 10 years. There is the possibility and also some ideas of really developing more centers like this. And number 4 is like made in Germany, made in China, made in India is getting more and more a global image, I think, because for the many buyers, it's the biggest democracy of the world, has also a fair capitalism and more sustainable value added here behind. And number 5, so in the top big chances, India is now nearly on the top 10 and number 5, and in future can be number 2 or 1 to have the best bioorganic farming worldwide. Please can change to the next slide. So when you put this in a balance with risk and the chances, which tasks, future tasks will have companies, politics, government? Number 1, for companies, look more for talents and get connected with research institutions, really look for better salaries, have an equal international level and standard. The second is build up more networks and corporations with partners in the same ecosystem, in the same industry. And number 3 is realize more promotions to have more innovations also from universities. And looking to other sides, to the universities, to the science and research institutions. There is the task to have more into education with the center of more innovative thinking talents, not only very, very good experts, good in engineering, programming, but also think and behave and act more innovative. The second is have an improvement on to reach really here the world level and international level of research. And the last one, have a close and active partnerships with industry. Yes, like in a big network. Not only say we educate, industry must educate for the job, but really universities working more together. Moment, put out with industry, so that there's a direct channel. Can go to the next slide, please. Next. The government tasks are really support and build up an institution for developing really excellent talents, have a really elite here behind, have a more attractive infrastructure like business parks for IT and more mobility offers for that people want to live there and work there. And then invite also international investors and companies, build up more partnerships to engage India as, for the market and for more corporations abroad. Next one. For us futurists in future, also for you as experts working with future studies, is the task really to support India with foresight tools, future studies, concepts like Delphi, scenarios, other business models to train US companies and also public institutions and the government that you are not able to create on future scenarios, but also react better on market changes and transform your organizations, your government more in a future resilient organization. Which includes also to build up really an Indian future studies competence center, like really an association, a competence center where any company, organization can contact and get their information and education to do future studies. And number 3 is it's also necessary have and create an Indian future studies expert networks. Also to have all expert interviews and have really expert for nano artificial intelligence and other topics. Next one. So what's happening then for India when going this way for the next 5 to 10 years? When using the strategy, we see that is very near on one of a high percentage. China will change. It's just today and it's going more to a service and trade economy. So India has a follow-on the chance for the next 5 to 10 years to get the production economy #1 till 2050 of the world. Really take over all these potentials. So when I see there are some big companies in India, but really in a, say, difficult structure and many little companies, there's really a balance needed. So more small and medium-sized enterprises are needed and more hidden gems. So hidden champions, really world leaders, have an innovation never can found anywhere on the planet. And this must be the vision here behind. And that there is also a developing and working in all leading future industries like nano, bio, robotics, crypto, curo, neurosciences, also with genes. And developing from at the moment from industry 3.0 to a digital 4.0 industry with virtual reality, augmented reality in the work, like an engineer who's not working at a model, but he has a glass and working at a future car only with experts in the whole country together to develop new products here behind. And also still remaining that there's still a strong supporting industry of the banking, oil and gas, iron and steel of the past and must work together. So to reach this pyramid on the right side, okay, we can go. When looking to the technology side, so invest the next 5, okay, this was the plan the next 5 to 10 years, now 10 to 20 years. The next step is when, like China is doing today, in that's their 5-year plan is to develop own quantum computers, have like in America, like Tesla, own self-driving automobiles from Tata or other, like also brilliant in China, they're developing their own self-driving autonomous mobile systems, working in CRISP 4.0 and also in the cloning, like not cloning of humans, but of organics and other things needed for the people. And also, as this is at the moment the plan of China, and this is the plan for India in 10 years. China is going, you hear it every day, is going at the moment to be the 2nd biggest space travel nation. And in future, in 10, 20 years, India must and can and will be the 4th largest space travel nation. But it's a long way to reach. Oh, it's one moment too fast, please. One back, please. And then coming then to in the production center to Industry 5.0, it's working together of robots and humans. The second is like in Shanghai is built up to have the first artificial intelligent government. So whereas no person working the whole city should be organized by a computer artificial intelligence. So the biggest AI project of the world. And at the moment, China is not on the way to build up their own cryptocurrency and have their own capitalism 4.0, and for you have a strong rupee in the future. So next one, please. When put this together, India is at the moment we are just moving from a digital age to the bio age. The bio age, the next 20 years, is a big possibility of India of growing up to be number one in biotechnologies. Then, when we look further, India will be able to hold the position till, I said, 2050, when there's wait 2030 of artificial intelligence to get the high peak there. Then with the fusion and solar else, it will turn and Africa will get the number one. So it's always a change in the time. So whatever then Africa will be the production center of the world, and India will move to be then trade and service. So it's really like in a long chain. Following it, yes, we can say India has a very bright and good future and long plan. I say it's a long list of problems that must be solved, and that there are always a risk that the development can stop or take longer. But what I'm showing you, it's not a scenario, it's really like choosing it's the way of India will be reached. It's only in your hands how fast you reach this vision, because we are in a global competition, and only this way is possible. You can look like China or other countries makes it able to develop. In this way, later or now, you can also ask me the questions how to transform this, how to use this in your daily business. How, if you want to get yourself a futurist or work as a futurist, or have a futurist in your company, which tasks this person needs. And yes, we can talk later. It's only that I'm here to show you I'm able to answer these questions for you. So thanks for that.
Can you hear me, Mr. Roman?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for a very, very detailed presentation. I think you outlined a lot of things that we had. And I think we could go back to Q&As maybe later, a little later in the day, once we have collated all the Q&As. Maybe that'll be a better idea, because the next speaker is already waiting. So we would like to move ahead and move on to the next speaker. But thank you very much for outlining all that needs attention right now from the board of directors. And, as we talk about the foresight, what all they should be taking into factor as far as the future goes. Thank you so much for sharing all your insights. Thank you. So that was, of course, Mr. Roman with us with his address. And I'm sure you enjoyed this presentation as much as I did. And now let's move on to the very next speaker. Please join me in welcoming our next distinguished keynote speaker for this session. That is Mr. Sylvain Rochon, an international keynote speaker, futurist, author, and entrepreneur, and director and co-founder of Canadian Institute of Mass Communication of Canada. Mr. Rochon is a solution-focused speaker, author, futurist, and an entrepreneur who specializes in educating professionals, decision makers, and politicians on how to use artificial intelligence to improve our society, to improve our economy. His focus is on technologies that will actually shape our next 2 decades, including artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, 3D printing, gene editing, distributed ledgers, automation, and a whole lot more. Now, he takes the fear of technological disruption away by telling his audiences the truth about about what is sure to happen in the next 20 years. And I'm sure all of you also want to know that. To know more about all of this, let's welcome on board Mr. Sylvain Rocha. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you for making time. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay,
I can.
Okay,
hear
perfect.
You. Now we can see you as
All right. Excellent. I did. Oh, how do I share content? Okay, there you go. Thank you. All right, so I do have something to
Get the
show.
tech team are here to help you with that.
There you go. I think
All
this
right.
should work. Excellent. No, thank you very much for this opportunity. Since I knew I was going to be near the end, I knew there was going to be a whole lot of content prior to explain what is strategic foresight. I will still touch on it, but I want to focus a little bit more on the futurist mindset. It was mentioned before that it's really about how an organization think, not only on the board level, but at all level of an organization. And I'll be going through examples of companies that how they have achieved this to give you a sense of how it actually works and to generate success from the board down. Right. So, well, this is me. The two major aspects that I want to discuss is the mindset itself. So going essentially from a company going through like a 5-year plan that is somewhat in transition to an agile process with forecasting embedded into it. And the other element that I'm going to discuss is how do you build capacity? Since in India there is a bit of an issue where there's a lack of foresight capability internally in businesses and at multiple levels. Well, how do you actually achieve that? So this is really important. In generally speaking, if you look at large companies, especially publicly traded companies, over 70% of those businesses have strategic foresight capability and a mindset. Smaller companies, less so, in part because they have fewer assets to throw around and things like that, and many don't really understand what is strategic foresight. They kind of like they call it more innovation, which is different. Foresight is actually a strategy, a way of thinking, but also there's a process to it. It's not an execution plan. It's a process in which we anticipate scenarios and then take decisions that on the scenarios that are more probable and more favorable. I think Mr. Goel explained it very well earlier on. The result is not that you're going to avoid economic changes that are that will adversely affect your business, but it's about having a plan and seeing ahead of what those hurdles and challenges may be, so that you know ahead of time how to how to avoid them if possible, minimize their impacts. And the more important part is take advantages of emerging opportunities ahead of the competition by seeing them, by identifying them as probable and plausible futures, and then leading your company by directing its directions towards making those futures more possible, more probable. And that's how you compete against other similar companies that don't have that capability or embedded processes. So one of the examples, the early examples of strategic foresight is Dutch Shell. I know it was mentioned earlier, but they started foresight strategy thinking in 1965. And the story is they actually asked one senior engineer, they asked them, the board, I mean, they asked this engineer to think about the future. And the part of the story, that was the actual asked. They asked him, think of the future. And they didn't know what they were doing in a way, just that was the terminology at the time. And this engineer produced a 30-year foresight report that went up to 1995 that identified all sorts of possibilities for the future at different points in time. It was all speculative because who knows what's going to happen in 30 years. However, because of that report and a developed strategic foresight internal team and also mindset, In 2013, at its highest, the revenues of Dutch shell oil was 84% of the Dutch national GDP of 556 billion. So they were able to outcompete other oil companies in their space by having that capability internally. Now, this is a typical process of decision making at the board level. It's cyclical, and you meet maybe quarterly or a couple of times a year, sometimes only once a year, to decide on directions, acquisitions, and whatever else for as a board. A new paradigm to be that merges well with strategic foresight and an exponential path for innovation, technologies, and changes in the market, in the environment, and whatnot. That requires an agile process and meetings for the board that are much quicker and closer in between. You can have board meetings virtually or otherwise, like once a week, or twice a month, or every month, for example, more frequently than I have now. And then you inject inside that data from foresight specialists or foresight thinkers that are trained to identify possible weak signals, possible futures that could be opportunities to emerge as first movers, or possible new emerging threats to the business. And the board can take decisions and convert some of the business in different ways in a quicker pace. So instead of having that 5-year plan, you can have a long-term goal, but then you pivot much quicker along the way by going through this process much quicker, and you learn as part of the process. Agenda, set your new agenda, define the new problem, get the data in, analyze, get solutions, decide, implement that decision. So you end up almost, I was mentioning before, is you kind of have a bit of an experimental method inside the process to emerge victorious among the competition in the world, and always innovate and see the results and learn from these different small implementations, and transform your business in a piecemeal manner towards your destination. And I wanted to look at 3 different examples. These are some of the biggest companies by market value in the world. Amazon under Bezos, Tesla under Musk, and of course Johnson & Johnson in healthcare, who's #1 by market value in healthcare. So 3 different industries, which is like kind of manufacturing, fulfillment, or supply chain. You got transportation and healthcare here. All right. So looking at Tesla, this company has been around for a long time, and electric vehicles have been around for a very long time as an idea, but there was an issues with batteries being very expensive, heavy, problematic, environmentally unsound, especially in the early days. However, Elon Musk and Tesla in general, they had the mindset of being a transportation and tech company that would emerge with the first commercially viable electric vehicles. So they saw essentially into the future that there would be environmental concerns, that there would be some of the costs for the batteries, especially for electric vehicles, would go down, and there would be an opportunity to emerge as a first mover for electric vehicles in the market if they brought closer that plausible future of EV vehicles on the streets and everywhere by investing into it, by being one of the first to actually put some money down. So they had foresight capabilities internally at leadership level and hirees, and developed that path, critical path that was very agile along the way to create, to innovate, and to drive this forward. And that created competition with traditional car companies in creating EV vehicles to compete. And they invested money, and now we're in a space earlier than anticipated where EV vehicles are starting to become costed at the same cost as combustion engine vehicles. And now we can envision whole cities and whole communities with only EV, and chargers at every corner and things like that, because they invested in it, and that positioned them as a first mover and the biggest valued company beyond all the other car companies that were established decades before they were. And Musk and company are always looking at other initiatives beyond Tesla. He's looking at to be a first mover in space, in particular in his case, Mars colony, like a first new human colony. And you know, with Neuralink, it's that brain-computer interfaces were mentioned before. Well, they want to create that to compete with the robots and AI by adding direct capability inside the human brain, so we can connect to the internet through thought. So he's thinking about these things that will occur, and he is driving those plausible futures that are, you know, desirable closer to today by investing in it, and they'll be positioned to be commercial successes in all these fields as well. If you look at Amazon and Jeff Bezos, they from the outset also had the foresight capability, and mindset to go where the company and the emerging weak signals would bring them. Bezos with Amazon missed the internet bubble. They invested a little bit late. It was actually a bit of a disgrace, according to him, early on. They set up essentially an online bookstore with a favorable delivery system. At the beginning, it was an online bookstore. That's what it was. That's it. And then it converted itself by looking at the market and the needs. Well, so why don't we become a book broker? So we get other people that want to sell books instead of trying to be the bookstore. Well, let's being an ecosystem that allows books to be sold. And then moved on, adding from books. I started adding other assets and started investing a lot more in what became the success of Amazon, which was its fulfillment business, the actual shipping. And they invested in AI heavily, like you see here in the picture. This is one of the centers. There's people working there, but robots are moving whole shelves around continuously to add efficiency into the fulfillment, so that, you know, the time to fulfill an order is much shorter, and there's a lot of less of the cost, like human costs, employee costs embedded into it. And they even are, you know, shipping food and doing last mile shipping using automated vehicles, because they continuously were innovating and trying to automate and reduce costs, increase productivity, by just fearlessly going into different aspects and developing the technology themselves to remain at the top of their game by innovating themselves beyond what existed. Always by looking to the future where things were going to be and investing into it to make that likely scenario that it was desirable for Amazon most likely. Now, Mr. Bezos recently left Amazon, and there's no mystery why, because he sees the fulfillment business going away because of 3D printing and being able to do small volumes, locally manufacturing customized products delivered or produced next to the house. So his whole fulfillment business basically would be useless in that near future. So he's focusing on other things himself personally, while Amazon is still being run. So he's already thinking like a futurist. He knows that his business at Amazon will eventually degrade and becoming less important. So he's investing his time and effort elsewhere, where where his expertise and his vision can still be a first mover in an expanding industry that will blow up, which in this case is Blue Origin, commercializing space. And in alliance with NASA and other organizations, they're making plans to build a moon base to start exploiting the solar system. So he's thinking ahead. He's pivoting personally to something different, knowing that he's gone as far as he could with Amazon, really. If you talk about Johnson & Johnson, big company, why are they the highest market value healthcare company in the world? Well, it's because of how they function internally, because they have foresight embedded inside their business, and they have an agile process for innovation internally, despite the heavy requirement for regulation surrounding healthcare products. They iterate at a board level and all levels of the company. They innovate new products and new ideas continuously in that cycle I showed. And they also employ an army of startups in healthcare through competitions, partnerships, and just groupthink. And they do M&As and partnerships, all sorts of arrangements with these innovative small companies that develop brand new ideas constantly, and they basically acquire those technologies, licensing, and however other means, and to develop their new products. And so the board is constantly involved in taking decisions on what ideas, what companies, what products, what licenses to embed into new product lines in a very quick fashion. And they don't have a 5-year plan. They just have a plan to take advantage of new signals, of new ideas, new opportunities, and avoid those that are going to be problematic, using their internal foresight capability and the innovation of a broad market of startups. And they do have ideas for the future because they have foresight capability to get into curing instead of treating certain diseases like cancer and otherwise, curing genetic diseases through genetic manipulation, manipulating cellular functions through mRNA technologies and epigenetics, and then even elongating lifespans through regular treatments, which can be extremely lucrative. And this is all new tech. But they are looking forward to that and how to implement those, and they're encouraging the army of startups, interesting people through funds and all sorts of competitions to develop these technologies for them, and then they get to bake that into their huge distribution network and research labs and all that stuff. So this is all things that are coming, and they're picking these the most juiciest opportunities as they emerge, while knowing they will emerge and encouraging the emergence of such as well. So it's all really to win in the fourth industrial revolution, where everything is accelerated. You have to be accelerated yourself, and it's all at the board level. Is to create those systems, those processes that are agile, and create the mentality of not just following a plan blindly, but be constantly on the lookout for new opportunities or new things you should avoid. And basically, you're creating your own future as a company by directing it on a regular basis towards little tweaks and little changes to navigate this constantly changing future of probabilities, and scenario planning and analysis. And we have to develop a board that has future-proof mindsets, develop your capacity internally, so you have teams to bring ideas into your board level cycles and processes, and don't be afraid to use resources from elsewhere. And as was mentioned before, there's a lot of resources here at the IOD. Anurag mentioned Shaping Tomorrow, for example, as a resource for which we're working together. And there's a whole bunch of other resources around schools that offer workshops and that are all tied to the IOD as a focal point here in India, to help you as board directors and companies develop the capacity, develop the mindset, so you can compete on the world stage along with all the other nations that have had for a longer time resources in country to help that. And we want to develop this through the IOD for you, and you can tap into it locally and develop these capabilities for yourselves. And that would be the objective I would recommend for all of you. And I think that is it for now. I thank you very much for inviting me over.
It was an absolute pleasure hearing you, Mr. Sylvain Rochon. And I must say, very deep insights offered from your side. You just exemplified everything you wanted to say by giving us concrete examples of corporates. It was really a pleasure hearing you. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Moving on to our next speaker now. Of course, we have Up next, a very, very important guest. Of course, he needs no introduction because you have seen this guest before on IOD India's platform. He addressed our global family at our annual conclave, and that was very, very well received by our August audience. That's none other than Mr. Mohan Das Pai, the chairman of Arvind Capital and Manipal Global Education. He's here to deliver guest of honor address. In a career spanning over 3 decades, Mr. Pai has served in areas of finance, account information technology, human resources education, social impact, innovation, environment conservation, policy formulation, heritage preservation, philanthropy, and the venture and startup ecosystem, of course. He addressed, like I said, our global webinar, and he's also a prolific writer, and we get to read his deep insights in many columns and articles where he shares his knowledge on various aspects, and it's really a treat to read him every day. We are very delighted once again to have you with us, Mr. Pai. Thank you so much for making time for this global virtual session.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here, especially to talk on a topic which is very dear to my heart, strategy foresight. I'm very happy Mr. Anurag Goel is here. He's written a paper on that. He's been pushing that idea.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Pai. I think you need to face the camera towards you. It's facing on the other side. If you could readjust. I think you need to touch up and put on the selfie mode if you are with us through a phone.
No, I'm 1 minute. Just a minute, let me adjust this.
Sure, take your time.
Can you see me now? Is it okay?
It's not yet come on, sir. No, we are not getting your feed. We can hear your voice, but your visual is not with us right now. Can the tech team please help sort this out?
Yes, ma'am. Certainly. Sir, I would request you please switch on your camera once. Start your video. On the front screen of your phone, you will find an option, Start Video. I would request you please click on it once. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear us? Sir, can you hear us?
Mr. Pai, are you with us right now?
See me now?
So we can hear you. Yes, we can see you. We can hear you. Great to see you, sir.
Thank you. I logged out again and made sure I'm here. So thank you very much. I'm very happy Mr. Anurag Goel is here. We work together on his passion of strategic foresight. So let me talk about why strategic foresight is important for Indian boards and company boards. Take what happened after COVID-19 hit the world. The world locked down. There was no cure. People said the only way to stop this pandemic was to make sure that we lock down and do not spread it, while the world worked together to make sure that they had a vaccine. The world invested heavily. Of course, the developed world got the vaccine first. They shut out everybody. That's a different story. But business suddenly came to a standstill. And who succeeded? It was those digital companies. All the companies which had a digital infrastructure, which are futuristic, which are networked together, were the ones who continued business. And human beings changed their behavior almost instantaneously by getting the supplies to e-commerce, their entertainment to OTT, their banking through e-banking. They went on to the portals to talk to people about their health, and children had the education through many many providers of e-education, etc. And there was a dramatic shift. And the dramatic shift is because the future has come here. If you look at the world today, out of the population of 7.8 billion people, there are 6 billion people with a mobile connection. There are about nearly 5.5 billion people with an internet connection. There are 5 billion people on social media. And that has been happening before our ears and before our eyes. And many companies have not seen it happening. They've not been prepared and they're taken unawares. So there was a dramatic shift. A large part of the service sector came down. The retail stores shut down. Everything came down. There's a famous chart which shows all the global airlines coming down because travel shut down and Zoom went up. Suddenly there was a tool called Zoom. Everybody adjusted to work from home. Everybody changed their behavior, etc. And research proves that if people go through a changed behavior for 45 days, they don't revert back to mean. That means they change forever. So the world has changed. And what was the reason for the change? We are in the midst of the digital revolution. 200 years ago, there was the industrial revolution. Before the industrial revolution, the world worked on human muscle and animal power. That's what I think Sailesh Haribhakti spoke about when he said there's a sudden quantum jump in production. And what did it mean? It meant that you could mass produce, reduce costs, etc. The world saw the highest quantum of economic growth after the advent of the Industrial Revolution, and Europe dominated the world because it started there for various reasons, as there was an accumulation of capital from the trade in Europe due to the Spanish and the Portuguese invasion of South America, etc. It's a long story. But what would happen? The Industrial Revolution created a supply chain. So you could have producers in one country, consumers in many countries, and then you have a supply chain whereby you transport raw material to and fro, finished good to and fro, to ships, to railways, through pipelines, and everything else with wholesalers, retailers, banking, etc. And that's the kind of industrial society we've grown up in. And those who control the industrial supply chain control the market. So consumers were reached through a physical interaction, and that was the way everything worked till COVID started. Suddenly the way changed to a world where consumers were reached to a digital interaction. We'd always been using IT and technology and automation at the back end because businesses built a solid back end and the databases to make sure that they could use technology for improving productivity. And suddenly they found while they had the technology, they couldn't interact with the consumers because they didn't have the front portal. And there were these internet companies like Amazon and Apple, etc., were growing, would build those front portals, and they suddenly grew up. And then, they could interact with everybody else. So today, if you look at the 10 largest companies, 9 are digital companies. And the valuation has gone up by $7.5 billion. Apple is what, $2 trillion. Microsoft is $2 trillion. Alphabet is maybe 1.6, 1.7. I think Amazon went up by $150 billion 2 days ago and is maybe 1.8 trillion. So I think these things have happened. The market has shifted dramatically. And so being in the midst of the digital revolution, what is the impact on the businesses? Every business model is under threat. The earlier speaker spoke about how 3D printing is going to revolutionize manufacturing, how gene technology is going to manufacture big pharma, how artificial intelligence is going to automate processes, how robotics is coming in and changing the way they are. Manufacturing has become fully robotic today. And very soon we're going to have robots who are capable of doing 60% of what human beings do. It's already there. On portals, you have chatbots who mimic human voice and can talk to you because they understand your voice, they understand languages, and they know what you are and can answer many of your queries because natural language processing has reached incredible levels. And if you look at facial recognition technology, wherever you are, you can be seen. We saw it in the old science fiction and spy movies, how you could be recognized while walking in the street. All that is happening today. The world has changed. The digital revolution has come here. And if you did not have the foresight earlier to understand what is happening and to prepare for it, you're totally lost. Now, can you make up? You can make up because the technology is available, but it's going to take you a couple of years. And that's why spending on IT has dramatically increased. And India is benefiting as out of the top 10 software service kind of market value in the world, 5 are in India. Of the top 5, 3 are in India. We have 5 million people working in IT, the largest in the world after the United States. So we are in the digital revolution. The world has changed, business model has changed, and no business model is safe from disruption. Like some of the earlier speakers said, electric vehicles. The cost of electric vehicle will become less than the cost of a IC engine vehicle. And Germany is banned, IC engines by 2030. Countries want a change, and the change is happening. Alternate energy is come up. The cost of alternate energy through solar and wind is cheaper than coal-based energy, even though coal is required for base load, etc. So in every facet of our work, we are seeing change, and the digital revolution is here, and that's going to impact banking models. How many of you have gone to a bank branch in the last 20 years? I bet you don't even know your bank manager. You do all your transaction on mobile. Your mobile has become the face to the bank. And today, young children are grown up, digital first, mobile first children. Now, we are the generation that is born maybe in the 50s and 60s. We grew up in the 70s and 80s and 90s when IT was not known. We saw the rise of IT at the back end. Now, the children who are born now and maybe 5 years earlier, all the digital mobile first generation, and they think very differently compared to what we do. Do you also know that more people on Twitch watch people playing games than they watch TV today around the world? Second, another important development that's happened, which is going to have an impact next 10 years, is the issue of surplus capital. The balance sheet of central banks has dramatically increased by $25 trillion due to COVID. As a result, the GSEC rate for all major economies have crashed. US 10-year GSEC rate is 1.32, 1.34 yesterday. 30-year bond rate is maybe 2.5. Germany 10-year bond rate is negative. Out of the $40 trillion of government bonds, $20 trillion are quoting negative. Japan has had negative rates for a long period of time. So when you put money into a bank, you get less money. When you buy a government bond, you get less money back and no interest. Is that going to be the future? Yes. What happens to pension funds? What happens to all the pension funds accumulated, maybe which is what, $20-30 trillion on the world, which are invested in government securities, which are not going to be able to earn an yield? What happens to the future of people? What happens to interest rate? Another question we need to understand. And why should we understand that? Because the money becomes cheap. Disruptive capital goes after greater value and innovation to destroy the existing business model and get absurd valuation. Why is Apple worth $2 trillion? Because money is pouring in through individuals and through Robinhood. Robinhood is a new app by which you can trade in the stock market. Zerodha has got the largest number of investors trading in the Indian stock market compared to the banks who've been there for a long period of time. And this surplus capital is going to create a push where capital is going to go to countries, give absurd values, and bring about rapid change. They're going to invest in disruptive technologies, in digital technologies, in AI, in others, even though there is no business case, even though they don't earn revenue, even though they don't earn returns, in the hope that they will change business model, kill business model, destroy them, and give them absurd valuation. And in the stock markets, when a company has got a high valuation, a brick and mortar company has got a low valuation, you can buy it over. Just the other day in India, PharmEasy, which is a e-health company which has never earned profits in its short life, bought over a very large chain of diagnostic centers for a very high value. They just bought it over in 30 days. So you could buy over because capital is coming in. How do you cope with that? So if you're a listed company, if you're a quoted company and you are listed, you could be bought over and sold before you know what happens. In India now, maybe $10-12 billion are coming in, and that innovation is going to be very, very rapid. So the pace of innovation is shooting up. Innovation cycles have come down to 18 months today from 36 months, maybe 5 years ago. And that is among us. The next important issue which has happened while we all debate is demographics, the aging of societies. New data has come which says that the UN target of 11 billion people by 2100 is not going to happen. We're just going to have 9.6 billion people on the planet. And people are aging very, very rapidly. If you look at Japan, Japan is coming down by about 500 to 600,000 people a year. The birth rate has come down dramatically. The population is shrinking. 35% of people above 60. And their population of 124 million will shrink to 96 million by 2050 and 65 billion by 2100. A major $5 trillion economy is going to see its population shrinking dramatically because people are not producing enough babies. What happens in a country if we don't produce enough babies? China's working age population came down by 40 million in the last 5 years, is coming down by another 45 million in the last 4 years, and fertility has gone to 1.2. And the Chinese are just not making babies anymore. And they don't want to because living has become expensive. Scandinavia is seeing a declining birth rate. they'll get older. Russia has seen the lifespan of men come down because of many other reasons. We're seeing immigrants come up in France and in the UK. In America, by 2025, the Hispanics will be the largest share of the population. They're not as well educated as possibly the native whites. And then in South America, you're seeing this population change. Nigeria may be a country with 1 billion people by 2100. They're the fastest growing country. And you see this demographic change happening. Demographic change happens when you're aging society. It means the number of working people comes down, the number of earning people comes down. You are to support the elderly population. They need more health care. And also, your economy shrinks because people above 60 are not going to consume new cars and yachts and restaurants like the way younger people do. So with this consumption-driven economy, how is it going to be? How is it going to impact business? We have to take demographics very, very seriously. Let me talk about India. People may think India is overpopulated. Our fertility is now come down to 2. Our stability or replacement rate is 2.3 because we have high infant mortality and maternal mortality. And in the whole of South India, fertility is 1.7, Bengal is 1.6, Punjab is 1.6. And we're going to have a serious political issue because 2031, that census is going to determine the number of seats in parliament. The whole of the South, which is richer, is going to have lesser number of seats than the North. And that's going to shift tremendously the way politics is done in this country. Just like demographic is going to shift politics in the United States. The Rainbow Coalition is going to dominate the United States. What happens to a once white country when the majority population or the majority group is non-white and become Hispanic? We've seen that happening right now in the last election, and we're going to see that happening more. What happens in the United States when people migrate away from California, go to the other states? So this demographic change is a very big thing. Then climate change. Of course, we heard speakers speak about climate change, but what has happened after COVID is the fact that the climate change activists have actually seen the air quality get better when the world is in the lockdown, the water quality get better, birds fly more in the air, nature come back. And when nature is coming back, now they're emboldened that we can reverse climate change, and they're going in for COP26 when they're going to have higher standards. And just now I read a news article that says that fund managers with $45 trillion of money have committed to a zero carbon future by 2030, 2035. They're only going to invest where enterprises promise zero carbon by 2030, 2035. $45 trillion investment. And that means the future, you have to be carbon neutral. It's not an option anymore for business. Are you prepared for it? Have you understood what it is? Are you buying green energy? Are you investing in alternate energy? What happens to all those energies? I just saw Tata Steel say that they're going to have the best energy standards in the world. And now we're also seeing, along with climate change, the rise of the activist. Who determines boardroom policy? It is not the boardroom, it's the activists on the street. The wokes in America, other people are marching in the streets in the UK, the people marching in the streets in Delhi. They're going to determine what business you'll be in. And they're all getting together in the age of social media, going after you. Because if you don't listen to them, they'll go after you and they'll destroy your brand. And they can use the network of social media to come forth and do many things which you don't even understand because you are stuck in the past. And this kind of civic activism is going to become much more dominant in the area of labor rights, in the area of climate change, in the area of consumption, in many, many different areas. And more money is being pumped in by billionaires into that particular area to destabilize government, get many things else. It's a perfect civil mess. Look at the United States, rights for Black Lives Matter, and still the rights are going down, the rise of extreme leftism. So how is that going to impact your business? What are the risks that you're going to have? And those risks were not there for the last 30 years. Because the world is very nice. You had the Soviet Union and the United States. Soviet Union went away. Then you had the rise of China. Everything worked very well. You had the Industrial Revolution. You made a lot of money. You could capture government and get good policies. There was no social media. The great majority of people did not have a voice. Now everybody's got a voice. They can amplify the voice. Everybody has to listen. And it's an open everybody. Now, are you all prepared for it? Are you looking forward? Are you understanding all this? Are you at least thinking of all this? At least do you know all this? I don't know. Most boards are very happy, full of people above 60. The last generation who don't understand, hopefully, pardon me, I'm making all this kind of statements. You must pardon me because I want to be very honest when I talk to you. The generation that doesn't possibly understand a mobile for digital first. Many of them do, some of them do, not many. They don't understand the implication because they don't feel it. You understand the implication something when you experience it, when you feel it. A comfortable generation which is getting a pension, which has got money in the bank, and it doesn't have to face the future. Somebody spoke about the future of jobs. Now, when 60% of human activity is going to be done by robots, where are the jobs? In the United States, 20 million good middle-class jobs are gone over the last 25 years because of automation. So we're going to have a few people paid very high, a lot of people working for $14, $12 in the United States. Same thing in India. Where are the middle-class jobs? They're getting automated. The banking sector has gone up by 10x in size in the last 15 years. Jobs have gone up by 5%. I mean, a larger number of people come in the workforce, become huge bulk. What happens? Now let's look at India. Then I'll end my talk because I've taken too much of time. Now, India is in a cusp of unbelievable change. Our population has stabilized. All across the country, in North India, population growth rates are coming down. We have 10 million graduates coming out every year, 10 million. We've been producing 25 million babies a year for the last 30 years. And in the next 5 years, the baby production is going to come down. Number of babies being born is going to come down. In my state of Karnataka, 10 years ago, there were 1.2 million babies born. Now there are only 10.5 million, 1.05 million babies born. In the whole of the South, lesser babies born today. And what will be the impact in schools? What will be the impact in colleges? We got to see. The schools have got 100% young people. The schools still have to shut down. We got a surplus of school teachers. We got to open more colleges. We need more healthcare. So population stability has been achieved in India. India's gross enrollment 26.5. The state of Tamil Nadu has got 51% of 18 to 23 going to college. So population, we don't have a problem. We have a problem about jobs. Then in India, we're seeing a massive burst of innovation, digital economy. India has 58 unicorns, 55,000 startups creating $315 billion of value. We got 1.2 million people employed. By 2025, India will have 100,000 startups across all sectors. We'll have 150 unicorns creating $1 trillion of value and employing 3.2 million people. By 2030, India will have about maybe, 100 million people, let's say 10 million people, not 10, it is 100 million people in IT working across all areas, right? We got about, and this is going to be, we got 4 point, and this is going to be tremendous. 100 million is 10 crore. Yeah, 10 crore. I'm sorry, 6.5. I'm getting a bit confused. America has got 6.5 million people. We got 4.5. We'll have 10 million people. Yeah, 10 million people in IT. 10 million people in IT directly as software engineers, and that's going to be tremendous. So we are seeing this kind of burst of innovation in social media, in artificial intelligence. So what happens to all the big business companies who got established revenues? We just heard the biggest Indian company say they're going to invest in hydrogen. They're going to invest in alternate energy and have 100 gigawatts of alternate energy by 2030 out of India's 400 gigawatts. The next big point is India is today a $3 trillion economy, came down to 2.7 in 2020. This year we go back to 3.1, and by 2032 will be a $10 trillion economy. So what kind of economy is India going to be? It's going to be one of the fastest growing regions in the world. It's going to be led by innovation. It's got enormous human capital. Is undergoing rapid political change, the nature of which we don't know. More and more people are coming for work, and India could become the factory of the world because the Chinese labor costs are going up, and China's labor, availability of labor is coming down. So in the midst of the entire world where population growth rates, working age population are coming down, digitization is being taken up, and China's dominance will be there and will grow, US dominance will come down, and Europe's domination is going to come down. India's domination is going to go up. How will the geopolitics of the world be by 2030? Now, all these are important because for business, if you want to operate in a country or you operate globally, you need to factor that all in. And that's why strategic foresight is required for boards, and boards have to get their act together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pai. It's amazing how you break down hard facts into such you always have the research and the numbers at the back of your hand, and how you break down into a very common man's way of understanding things. It's really admirable. Thank you so much for sparing time once again and sharing your deep insights. Thank you so much. And not just Mr. Pai, thank you to all the distinguished keynote speakers who made this keynote session a learning experience actually to hear through it. And thank you all for taking your time. We had people joining from different time zones today. Thank you so much. Thank you all. And now it's time for a very interesting Q&A session that's lined up ahead. And to conduct that Q&A session, to preside over it, I would like to invite the program chairman, former Secretary of Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Mr. Anurag Goyal is with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Goyal. I request you to please join and take this Q&A session ahead.
Thank you, Ritika. Wow, what a feast. And what a journey into the future. You know, it made me think of two phrases one hears so often. Peter Desmondis says, future is faster than you think. And the other is, future is already here, which is what we are here today. There's very little time for questions. So let me ask two questions first, and then if there's time, we'll go further. First question to Sylvain. Now, there seems to be a lot of acceptance of the fact that strategic foresight is important. But a lot of people ask and are asking that our company has no foresight capabilities. So what are the first steps should we take to gain these skills? So Sylvain, answer to this.
Thank you, Anurag. You know, changing mindset is not something you can do, you know, by attending a 5-minute talk. We'd like to think that way, but it's something of a journey. But there are tools out there. There are many schools, for example, that can help you a lot, where you can have a consistent journey. You know, getting sometimes it's certificate format or workshop where you are engaging with a foresight specialist or somebody that has a mindset can bring you on the journey to kind of transform your business. I tend to prefer the workshop type model because it's more practical, where you bring in your business and what you want to achieve. So you're learning foresight mentality and mindset as the advisors or teachers or educators, as well as your colleagues that may also attend the same workshop, kind of go through a process of establishing how to adapt a thinking to your own business. So that's very useful. So those kind of tools allows a board member or staff to gather and gain that kind of knowledge over time. And it would be, you know, workshops like conferences like this on a regular basis, getting outside advisors, consultants kind of on board to deal with different specific issues. You can learn from that experience. And like I mentioned in my talk, the establishing the actual agile process and seeing it in action inside your business will change your mind as well over time. So it's a bit of a process with multiple angles. But in my talk and not all our talks, we've illustrated the importance of that capability and having the right mindset. So I think it's a valuable investment to go through that process and develop that mindset. And then once the mindset is acquired, then you can just evolve it, but you're already good. You already have your processes in, you already have your internal or external resources for foresight building and data gathering, and you can start operating your business in that way effectively. So that would be the process.
Thank you, Sylvain. And now the question to Mohan. You've spoken so well, so I'll ask a very simple question. How should Indian industry prepare for the future? You've given many answers, and the answer Sylvain and others give use the strategic foresight. So how do you
first
think
of all,
do?
Yeah.
And the second part of it is, what kind of support system would you like IoT and Shaping Tomorrow to put in place for this?
Well, I would say that what Indian boards and businesses should do is to challenge the board members to start thinking again. I'm sorry, I'm making a big statement. Because in board meetings, people don't think. They're presented some papers, they pass the papers, and they discuss something, and they go away. And the best way to do that is to make sure that 2 board members present for 30 minutes every single meeting on their idea of the future and the strategy that the company should take. Force them to think. Do it for 2 or 3 meetings, then everybody will understand that they're not thought through many things. They require, because most boards are very smug that they know everything and they're top of the game, blah, 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 because reflected glory wears off very easily on people who are successful. So I think that is important. And then they start thinking and they remain curious, because what is important in life is to be curious till your last day. You have to be curious. I'm sure all this Silvan and others are very curious people, right? They're always thinking, they're reading, they're understanding, they're imagining. Their imagination runs right. There are challenges of restraining it. You know, they're imagining, and that's the beginning of understanding. And I think that's very important. That's one. Second is, it's very important for them to participate in some events and to get in some thinkers to come and talk to them and challenge them from their own industry and others. They got to benchmark against somebody who is the best in the industry, in the place where they are, then benchmark themselves against the best in the world, then invite people maybe over 6 months who are big thinkers, innovators in a particular area, pay them money and ask them to talk, because then they understand what is happening. The third thing is, we have 55,000 startups, and there are startups in every industry. Identify those startups and call them over and ask them to present and say why those people are going to eat your breakfast and lunch. I mean, you see the confidence of these young people who come and tell you they're going to disrupt you, they're going to take away your business, take away your money, and you'll be shocked out of your wits. Get them there. Then you'll understand what is happening in innovation. So I think it's very important for people to understand that change is here. It's happening right now in front of your eyes. It's not going to go away. It is in a home base. Everybody is coming here, and you have to go out and you have to change. And the world has changed. And I think this is a way to do it. What IoT could do is to make sure that in your training program for directors, you challenge them to present their view of the future. It's a long process. Every single person who comes to your seminar should have a mentor like you, Mr. Goel, and you should challenge them. Tell me, you are a board member of this company, you are in the business, present to me 20 minutes, what do you think of the future? So they're trained to start thinking. And then the next step is, gather people together of the same industry and get big disruptors to present to them. They understand the business is going to be disrupted, and they're all young people, startups, either in India or outside. And the third thing is, get some thinkers, like people who presented here, to come and present to them how to structure their strategic foresight and how to make sure that they think about it all the time and start using it as a business and make it a part of the business strategy. I think this is the way to do it. First, improve capability, expose them to disruption, exempt them to new things, and then get people who can help them understand and do all this in a strategic manner. Because people have to be sufficiently scared that things are going to change. Very complex, nothing is going to happen, sun is going to rise. Because please remember, the board is the old board. Every board has got more members above 60. Please, you can study from all your board members and find out in every board what are the age group above 50, above 60. Anybody above 40 is a pre-digital revolution person. See, I'm a techie. I've been in technology since '94. I understand technology. But I'm shocked every single day when I talk to young people to understand what they're doing and how they see the world and see things happening. So I think these are very important. This is the way you can possibly help.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I think we have 1 minute left. So I would suggest that either Mohan ask a question to our foreign experts or they ask a question to Mohan. And we have we use this minute fully.
Let me ask them, because they've probably seen much more of the world than we have here. So I would like to ask one of them, maybe Sylvian, a very different question. How do you see the geopolitical world and innovation by 2030? How do you see the role of Europe, Asia, including China, and America? And where do you see will happen? That's to you. Then I'll ask the question to the next person.
That's an interesting question. Geopolitics is very fluid because of different people getting elected and different agendas. But one thing I think Roman actually mentioned a lot, competing China. right, in India, for example. And China is on a path of technological development, also, the Silk Road project, so to becoming, a massive trade partner with the rest of the world, especially Western Europe and in Asia. So I think that's definitely something in the cards, and becoming a tech leader with the rest of the world. I think the U.S., in fact, even though they dislike what's happening with China and your part of the world and India, well, China, they unfortunately are bickering with each other, and they probably have a lot more local issues internally. So China will keep to expand, and the U.S. will not be able to keep hold. I believe North America in general is degrading a little bit in their influence economically and politically. This is the gradual degradation. I've spoken with Anurag. I'm very interested in India in particular. This is why I'm involved with the IOD and himself. Is I see a massive India and Africa in particular being in emergence phases, like in the world. But India in particular, because they're a little bit farther ahead of the African nations. It's not because of the population, of course. That's how it can empower and leverage a lot of economic impact. But it's just because there's this willingness and this transformation that's going on from still a quasi-agrarian society in some respects but wanting to be a better nation in the world, because many people have mentioned today, like the concern about the environment. That is not something. It's something that's been around in Canada as a thought process, and especially in Europe, and Roman can speak to that as well, for years. But it's not something that's very thought about as much in China, for example, which I just mentioned. But India has that in their minds, and it's been mentioned. This is so important because the consumers are seeking this. It's not because it's ideological in a way from a business perspective. It's because it's a need. The consumers nowadays want to have things that are environmentally or even socially purposeful, and they want to deal with companies that are doing that. So India is lining itself quite nicely with the needs and requirements of consumers worldwide. And so it's positioned to become I wouldn't say a dominant, but one of the major forces in geopolitics into the future. Europe will remain very strong because it has strong bases and keeps moving ahead. China is going to be more technological because that's where they want to dominate. The U.S. is kind of a waning force. So this is what I'm seeing. At least for now. But ultimately, one of the things I'm hoping, like I'm seeing as a scenario that may actually occur, is a lot more collaboration between all these entities instead of having a competing scenario in the world. Maybe it's a wishful thinking kind of idea, but it is a scenario that is out there, and I'm hoping, just like any aspects of foresight, if enough nations and companies and influential individuals actually want more collaboration between the different emerging nations that want to collaborate, the world can be geopolitically very, very different in 30 years. Extremely different. It can be more, we can have a wealth equality paradigm or fix established between nations, where we're elevating nations and populations that have less resources or less access to a similar level or closer level to the more developed nations through a collaborative type of mentality. Because climate change and all these thinkings about being environmental, that is not a national problem. It is a planetary problem because we're all part of the same ecosystem. So this potential scenario of the future is absolutely a high probability of collaboration between nations. And whether that one future does arrive sooner or later, it really depends on us, on the boards, and on the population to drive that to a higher probability. So this is my comment for now, because I don't want to speculate on exactly what will happen, just on what is possible.
Thank you, Sylvain. We are fresh out of time. Thank you, Mohan. Thank you, Ravan. Thank you, all the participants. And I think I'll leave it to the next speaker to wrap up the webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Sylvain. Thank you, Mr. Mohandas Pai. And of course, thank you very much, Mr. Anurag Goel, for presiding over this Q&A session. Thank you to all of you who've shared your deep insights with us to understand the foresight that the board needs to have better. And now I would like to request Professor Colin Colson-Thomas, Director General UK and Europe Operations Institute of Directors India, and President, Institute of Management Services UK, to kindly share the summary of recommendations with our August audience.
Thank you, Ritika. So my recommendations for directors and boards are that directors must be alert, vigilant, and sensitive to what's happening around them, because the provision of strategic direction.
Special breakout session with a special focus on Tamil Nadu State, Tamil Nadu preferred investment destinations.
Monitor external trends and developments, assess their possible impacts, and consider and initiate responses. While exercising foresight, boards should be prepared to deal with the unexpected and be open to new possibilities. Discussion and the exercise of individual judgment are particularly important when considering possible futures, and groupthink should be avoided. Forethought can allow a board to react more quickly than others who are still trying to understand what is happening around them and to them. They should achieve an appropriate balance between reacting to events and being proactive in the pursuit of corporate purpose and priorities. As well as looking ahead, directors should endeavour to be prepared for a variety of eventualities. Boards should value anticipation, forethought, and preparedness. They should encourage foreknowledge, forewarning, and agility. They should remain positive, preserve a capability to flexibly respond, and should balance courage and initiative with circumspection and prudence. Boards should heed the alerts and warnings of environment scanning and forecasting, and ensure appropriate preparation, adaptation, and mitigation. As many people as possible should be encouraged to think about the future, look further ahead, and explore alternative scenarios. Important customers, suppliers and business partners, and key stakeholders should be involved in the process. Teams could be established to consider opportunities, identify vulnerabilities, and scope alternative offerings. Different models of operation, organisation, and collaboration could and should be explored, and listening leadership is required. Forecasting should cover contextual factors such as demographics, lifestyles, aspirations, and concerns, as well as operating an organisational model, an economic, critical, scientific, and technological. Forecasts are only as reliable as the estimates provided by those consulted, the data examined, and the assumptions made in whatever models are used. Possible scenarios may need to be evaluated before contingency measures can be put in place to address the most probable outcome. Balances of power, relevant significance, costs, and benefits can all change as events unfold. When scenarios benefit some stakeholders and disadvantage others, directors should navigate fairly between contending interests. Directors should expect to encounter the unfamiliar and to confront difficult issues that cannot be easily delegated. And stark choices between different future options might well emerge. Directors should be prepared for possible disagreements on objective strategies and priorities relating to anticipated events and possible situations. A current situation may change, so assessment should embrace impact and implication for what could be the position when possible scenarios arise. Boards should consider both the direct impact on their companies, but also the indirect impact on others of possible events, developments, and situations, because helping customers and other stakeholders to respond might create business opportunities. Confident and positive boards proactively look for opportunities to reposition, repurpose, and/or reinvent, as well as opportunities to innovate, transition, and/or transform. And directors should always be on the lookout for the next wave or big thing, and they should leave some bandwidth for dealing with them and benefiting from them. They should be flexible and ever willing to realign purpose, vision, mission, goals, and objectives to match changing aspirations and identified possibilities. And they should secure the collaboration and capabilities needed to address them. Boards should regularly review and consider the relevance of a company's capabilities to future scenarios and what new capabilities might need to be accessed or developed. And they should also think about the role their particular company might play in possible collaboration. They should prepare to manage the changes, transitions, and transformations that will be needed to address challenges, seize opportunities, and achieve sustainable development goals. Representations of the future and measures used to assess possible scenarios should include externalities and cover impacts outside of the money economy. Boards should avoid getting locked into complex and long-term arrangements that might become redundant and prove difficult to unscramble. They should think through the implications of having to negotiate, cooperate, and form alliances and public-private partnerships. Because many of the challenges that we face and the opportunities that will be open to us will be shared. And in many cases, companies will not be able themselves to seize those opportunities or confront the challenges without collaboration and collective effort. So boards and directors should be ready to negotiate and govern collaborative arrangements with diverse entities. And boards and governments should also avoid putting off expenditures relating to scenarios that could have catastrophic impacts just because they're unlikely to occur or because what is needed may have a shelf life. When delay can compound negative impacts, nettles have to be grasped. And high impact events may become more frequent and their consequences might become more severe. So at the moment, as we've heard today, the multiple clocks are ticking and the stakes are actually remarkably high, probably the highest they've ever been in human history. For example, 4 billion people are particularly vulnerable to climate change. Many are affected already, and for them, the future is already with us. So forewarned really is forearmed. Strategic foresight is critical, and how business and political leaders practice it and the decisions they take will shape all our futures. After today, I'm more convinced than ever that we can shape it. I hope after all that we've learned from the outstanding speakers that we've had today, that all of us will be in creating this future. In terms of the session, the breakout session that's now to come, I have fond memories of actually speaking to an Asia Pacific management conference in Chennai. Many years ago, in fact in 1997, when the surrounding area was flooded after the monsoon rains, and I remember I arrived very late because all the way the person driving the transport that picked me up at the airport was saying that we may have to walk on water to get there. And my first thought on arriving at the Kyoto Conference Centre is there must be a lot of people in Tamil Nadu that can actually walk on water. And I think the resilience of my fellow human beings gives me confidence that it's not just about the technology that we've been hearing about today, but it's how human beings actually use them, what they apply them to for what purpose. And their resilience and persistence will actually get us through. So I do believe, even more so in the light of today, that we will be able to steer some of those possible futures in the direction of the preferred futures that we'd all like to see.
Thank you so much, Mr. Professor Colin, for sharing the summary of recommendations with us. Thank you very much. Now, as he said, it's time to move on to the business breakout session with a special focus on the state of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, the preferred investment destination. That's our next breakout session. The Indian state of Tamil Nadu has an extensive and advanced infrastructure and network capacity, coupled with its progressive business environment. Also a strategic location with well-established world-class manufacturing ecosystem that facilitates international trade and exports. So without further ado, may I now please request Mr. Ashok Kapoor, retired IAS, the Director General of Institute of Directors, India, to deliver the welcome address. Mr. Ashok Kapoor.
Thank you, Ritika. Friends, good afternoon to all our India friends, and good morning or good evening to all our members and associates who have logged in today from Canada, Germany, UK, UAE, and across the globe. It's my pleasure to welcome the Tamil Nadu government and to relate to all of you that the IOD is inspired by the main theme today, that is strategic foresight for boards, shaping the future, by what Bill Gates said in a management conference, that future is not what it used to be, unquote. So this is the starting point of IOD's journey. And we wanted to bring together some of the world's top experts today for an interaction with the Tamil Nadu government, who have been kind enough to nominate some of their best and brightest, this time very young civil servants who are in the process of developing strategic foresight. We are also inspired by what the President General Ahluwalia said, that when Alvin Toffler came up with his bestseller, Future Shock, this is literally taken by IOD to prepare the board directors for the future shock. Basically, the future is so that it is not a shock, we are preparing the boards and their directors for it. And one of the main sayings on this is also guiding the IOD in this theme. That is, when Einstein was asked, when the robots were in a very nascent stage, but coming up, to say that will a robot will be able to do all the work that the human beings are doing? He says, well, almost all, but human beings will always have the upper hand, because a robot will not be able to have imagination. It is imagination that distinguishes human beings from robots. And our purpose today in this is to fire the imagination of the board directors towards the future and prepare them for it. I have our grateful thanks first go to Dr. P. Irai Anbu, IS, the dynamic new Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu, who has encouraged us to showcase the state of Tamil Nadu before a global audience. Some of you may be knowing that IOD India has a very close association with Tamil Nadu government going back several years. You will be glad to know that Tamil Nadu was one of the first few states in India which encouraged IOD to extend its operations abroad and bring in global experts in its working. In fact, in 2017, the Tamil Nadu government encouraged IOD to host a joint business meet in Singapore, and a full state delegation was also approved by the government of Tamil Nadu. The then Deputy Chief Minister was to lead the delegation from Tamil Nadu, along with many senior state officials. Unfortunately, the then Deputy CM was held up at the last minute on a glitch about his visa issue, though some of the senior officials of the state accompanied IOD to Singapore. Needless to mention, they made a deep impression on the global audience, especially the Indian diaspora there. Today's event is also inspired by the latest public address of the Honorable new Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu to make the state a favorable investment destination in South Asia. A copy of his address has been duly received by IOD, and it will be a source of inspiration for our next annual Global Physical Convention in Singapore, as and when the situation becomes normal. The initiative by the new CM to constitute a world-class economic council has been duly noted by the IOD. Today's event is basically a curtain raiser for our next global event abroad. Friends, I'm sorry to inform you that because of a last-minute, very urgent meeting summoned by the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, some of the listed speakers have not been able to join us just now, but I'm glad to say that they have nominated some of the brightest and most dynamic star performance of Tamil Nadu to be with us and share their growing strategic foresight. I welcome Mr. T.P. Rajesh, Managing Director, the Tamil Nadu Handloom Weavers Cooperative Society, that is FOAPTEX, who is representing Ms. Selvi Apurva. I also welcome Ms. Vandana Garg. She is the Managing Director of Tidal, the IT hub, one of the best in the country. And she's one of the youngest executive directors of the Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation. I also welcome Ms. Deepa Devi, Vice President, Tamil Nadu Industrial Guidance and Export Promotion Bureau. And we are, unfortunately, Mr. Anil Meshram, who was to join us and his Tamil Nadu Cement Corporation is participating in full strength with other executives, is held up in the same meeting. Each one of these speakers from Tamil Nadu listed today and nominated by the state government represents the younger generation who, in his or her own way, has already demonstrated strategic foresight in managing their present assignments. I'm sure that their words of wisdom will be of great benefit to the participants and other members and directors of IOD, especially our associates abroad who have logged in. We plan to record the respective address of the distinguished speakers and reproduce these in the IOD monthly journal directed today and circulated globally. We are especially thankful to Shri S.C. Mahapatra, IS, Chief Secretary, Government of Odisha, who has nominated Mr. Parthasarthi Mishra, IS, Additional Secretary, and Mr. Yudhishthar Nayak, also Additional Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Government of Odisha, who are with us today to represent the Government of Odisha. Unfortunately, because of time constraint, we are not able to give much time to the officials of the Government of Odisha, but we'll keep it for the next time. We are especially grateful to Ms. Selvi Apurva, who is not with us just now. She's one of the senior most officials and Principal Secretary, Handlooms, Handicrafts, Textiles and Khadi, Government of Tamil Nadu, who has authorized so many officials from the state government. She has the distinction of heading several key departments of the state and has encouraged the IOD today. I also welcome our numerous generous partners who have encouraged us today. The Tamil Nadu Weavers Cooperative Society, popularly known as Co-optex, the Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewerage Board, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation, State Industries Promotion Corporation of Tamil Nadu, SIPCOT, the Tamil Nadu Cooperative Milk Producers Federation, the Chennai Metro Rail Limited, and the Guidance Tamil Nadu Invest, the Tamil Nadu Cements Corporation Limited, and Tamil Nadu Tea Plantation Corporation, TANTI. I would now request Ritika to please invite Mr. T.P. Rajesh, one of the youngest managing directors in the state, to deliver his special address. Thank you, friends.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, for the warm welcome address. As Mr. Kapoor just mentioned that just because of the last minute meeting that came up with the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, Ms. Selvi Apurva couldn't join us, but we hope to have her soon. But for now, we have Mr. T.P. Rajesh with us. Let me just quickly go on to introduce Mr. T.P. Rajesh, IAS Managing Director, Co-optex, the Tamil Nadu Handloom Weavers Cooperative Society Limited. He is an officer of the Indian Administrative Services 2004 batch, Tamil Nadu cadre. Currently the Managing Director of Co-optex. Previously, he has served in various leadership roles, including Commissioner for Tourism and MD, Tamil Nadu Tourism Development Corporation, and also Additional Commissioner, Industries and Commerce, and MD, MSME Trade and Investment Promotion Bureau. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. T.P. Rajesh. Thank you so much for making time for IOD's global virtual session.
Thank you, Ritika. Thank you very much. Distinguished speakers, participants, and investors, a very good evening to you, all of you. I'd like to tell about some of the important aspects, growth potentials of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is one of the very progressive states, as you all we know. So it is one of the states, it is the state which has got the highest, second largest economy in the country, which has got around some 20.92 lakh crore, that is the total size of the economy. So it has got a diversified manufacturing base, and it is a leader in several sectors like automobiles, pharmaceuticals, leather products, chemicals, engineering products, IT and IT-enabled services, and in textile. So I'll be telling about that. What is that growth potentials? What are the things, opportunities which is available in this textile sectors? In textile sectors, Tamil Nadu is third largest recipient of the foreign direct investment in India. And the textile and apparel industries in Tamil Nadu has strength across the all value chain, right from the fiber to the yarn, from the fabric to the apparel. So it is a leading state in the textile sector, and it represents 46% of the spinning activity, 60% of the yarn exports, 20% of the powerloom capacity, and 12% of the handloom capacity, 70% of the cotton fabric and knitting capacities, and 20% of the technology upgraded fund schemes investments. So it is a highly diversified range of products from the traditional handloom handicrafts, cottons and silk sarees, and to an organized textile industry, which includes the spinning, weaving, processing, and apparel manufacturing thing. So I would say that with regard to the textile business, Tamil Nadu has around some 1/3 of the textile business in India. Almost 50% of the textile mills and 4,500 garment units are in the state of Tamil Nadu. And the manufacturing thing, Tamil Nadu acts as a hub for the textile exports. So this Tirupur, which is a tier 2 city, which is a hub for exports, especially the knitwear garments. And Coimbatore is a very famous thing for that yarn, and Karur for the home textiles, and Chennai for the woven garment exports. So Tamil Nadu, in fact, it is one of the ranks first in the export of cotton yarn and apparel, and second in the textile production. This Tirupur remains its export hub, and it has got almost a turnover of around some 60,000 crores also. And futuristically, they are planning to make it around a crore, 1 lakh crore turnover in another 1-2 years. And it has got almost investments. Almost 45% of the total knitwear exports are from the Tirupur. And besides this knitwear exports, Tamil Nadu has got other handlooms. It is all synonymous with the handlooms. Of course, the presence is very minimal in the sense that it has got around 8% of the handlooms thing. And powerloom sectors, we have around some 22% of the Indian share also. So which we provide a sustained employment to the weavers. So what we do is that in this Tamil Nadu Handlooms Weavers Society, which is a co-opted society, which I am the managing director for this thing. So we try to display, actually we have a chain of, we have a global presence, and we also have a presence in 18 states in the country. And we have 154 outlets. We genuinely, authentic handloom products, we do the marketing support, especially for the weavers, for being producing the thing. We have a wide range of collections, right from the sarees, cotton sarees, the silk sarees, and other lot of genuine handloom products woven by the weavers. So the Tamil Nadu government has been very proactive, and we have a lot of schemes also. We have a trusted, this has been come under the category of a trust sector for development. And we have a 8 textile parks are there, especially under the scheme for the integrated textile park scheme. And the investment opportunities are available in like sector, garments sectors, in home textiles, the organic textiles, the technical textiles. So I think there is a lot of scope for value additions. And Tamil Nadu has been one of the preferred destination for the global business things because of various, the pull factors are, we have a very, very excellent law and order situation. We have the maintenance of law and order is excellent. We have very conducive business ecosystem, and we have no labor issues. And the infrastructure wise, it is one of the best infrastructure also available there. And we have excellent port connectivities. We have 4 major international airports. We have 22 minor ports. We have vast coastline of around 1,076 kilometers of vast coastline. We have very educated workforce also. And the conducive environment makes the Tamil Nadu as one of the very favored investment destination. And I think this is an opportunity we are opening up the thing. Probably we are ready to integrate with the global value chain. And we have been working towards the thing also. And the products which the handlooms and the handicrafts are very unique and very exclusive products, which has no value attached to that because it is a valueless and very exquisite collections also. So I think a lot of business opportunities are there for Tamil Nadu. I think we would request all the investors to come and make investments in Tamil Nadu. It is a land of opportunities. It is a land where we can, you can also be a part of a growth story also. the leadership under the Honorable Chief Minister has given it on a priority basis, the sector. They're giving a lot of thrust to the sector also. So a lot of schemes are being developed also. A lot of policy revamping is also been on the anvil. So this is a time for the players to come and to get associated with Tamil Nadu, make investments in Tamil Nadu so that we will also grow together. So this is the thing. I take these opportunities in thanking the Institute of Directors for being to share our views in this global forum also. So on behalf of the government of Tamil Nadu, I welcome the global champions to come and invest in Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. T.P. Rajesh. Thank you for joining us today. I'm sure the details shared by you must have ignited a lot of interest in the attending members about Tamil Nadu as an investment destination. Well, we have more on this. To take this forward, I have with me Ms. Vandana Garg, who is an officer of the Indian Administrative Services 2017 batch, Tamil Nadu cadre. She is currently the Executive Director of Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation Limited and also the Managing Director of TIDEL Park, South India's largest IT park in Tamil Nadu. Welcome, Ms. Vandana.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, everyone. I am Vandana Garg, and I have joined as Executive Director TIDCO, MD Tidal Park Chennai, as well as MD TPCL, means Tidal Park Coimbatore. So recently, I have just come to this post, and as we all know, as also been put up by Rajesh sir, that Tamil Nadu is having a very favorable investment climate, a conducive ecosystem, and good infrastructure, connectivity, and an educated workforce. So through channelizing all this and bringing investment and industrial development is in Tamil Nadu is the work of TIDCO. So today I am representing my organization and our chairman and managing director. So Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation was established in 1965 as a government of Tamil Nadu enterprise. And the objective of the organization is to stimulate industrial development and to leverage capital investment in Tamil Nadu, to promote industrial development through joint ventures in order to capitalize and channelize the private capital, and to identify new opportunities and to facilitate the huge infrastructure projects which requires lot of investments. So as of now, we have invested in around 116 companies, and market value of TIDCO stands on 35,672 crores. Now TIDCO, it is the prime development agency of the government of Tamil Nadu, which is leveraging with lot of private organizations, helping them to hand-holding them actually in order to bring them onto this platform and help them to spread the industrial development throughout the state. So we have been involved in many projects, very well-known projects like SPIC, JSW, Mahindra World City, Titan, Tidal Park, TISL Park, and with our vision to have an accelerated, balanced, and inclusive and harmonious industrial development in Tamil Nadu. Now, there are many ongoing projects which are across various sectors, like the industrial infrastructure development projects, namely Polymer Industries Park, which is in Poneri Taluk in Tiruvallur district for accommodating medium and small scale polymer component manufacturing units. Then we are also moving towards aerospace and defense sector, where we are developing an aero hub in Sri Perumbadur, and it is going to be an advanced computing and design engineering center, avionics components manufacturing complex, testing and certification facilities, and it is currently under development. Now, with the Chennai Trade Center, which is one of the most profitable trade center in India, we are with more demand that has been coming in. We are going for an expansion of the present Chennai Trade Center in Nandambakam. Then we are having like Tidal Park in Chennai, which is already running on full capacity. We are making a Tidal Park in Pattabiram, and the project is as of now under implementation. Then, in order to support the heavy engineering hub, we are heavy engineering industries, and we are having a heavy engineering hub for which we are currently going forward with land acquisitions and getting investors on board in Poneri Taluk in Tiruvallur district. Now, with the national logistic plan coming into place and government coordinating with the states through a state level coordination committee, we are already going into development of a multimodal logistic park in Tiruvallur Taluk, and we are very much forward in the land acquisition process. And this multimodal logistic park will be one of the key park which will actually give a boost to the logistic sector of Tamil Nadu. Already we are towards the development of the state logistic plan based on the directions and the guidelines of the of the union government. Now, this project will provide a seamless connectivity between road and rail, and it will serve as a single source for both rail and road transport to the industries, exporters, importers who operate through 3 seaports such as Chennai, Kamarajar Port, and Kattupalli ports. Apart from this, we are going to develop the Chennai city through a major fintech city project in Nandambakam, medical equipment park, DLF Info Park, and now we have come up with a very new concept of tidal neo. Since this pandemic has struck, there has been a lot of changes which is happening in the psychology of the working environment. Rather than from working at office, it has changed from work from home, and now we are moving to a next step, that is work from hometown. So we are providing them through tidal neo. We are going to establish mini tidal parks in around 6 to 7 places throughout Tamil Nadu, where the young professionals who are just coming out of the institutions, they can directly go and they can work in these tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and this will actually help in development of these tier 2, tier 3 cities into a major IT hub. Apart from this, we are taking various major projects like industrial corridors, defense industrial corridors, development of the Poneri node in Chennai-Bangalore industrial corridor, development of Dharmapuri node in the Kochi-Coimbatore-Bangalore industrial corridor. All these projects are in an advanced stage of planning and implementation. Then we are not even leaving the sunrise sectors, and for them we have the emerging sector seed fund as well as center of excellences. Already we have received 4 proposals for center of excellence which are under consideration. Then with the huge traffic which we are getting at Chennai airport, we are thinking of establishing a greenfield airport in Chennai, for which we have already we have already gone through many land sectors available in Chennai, and this project is also under implementation. So apart from this, side by side, I am seeing lots of policy revamping that is happening, that is being considered at the highest level, reducing the compliance burden of the industries, as well as planning for the future, like development of a strategy, industrial strategy for our state. And I definitely see that under the leadership of the Chief Minister, we are definitely going to go ahead with a very good industrial development in Tamil Nadu. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to. I would like to especially thank Mr. Ashok Kapoor sir, who has given this opportunity to all of us to present at this portal and connect with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vandana Garg, for detailing out all that Tamil Nadu has to offer for a prospective investor and all that you are doing to make it even more attractive. And now it's time we move on to our next speaker, that is Ms. Deepa Devi, Vice President Guidance Tamil Nadu. Ms. Deepa Devi is Vice President External Engagement and Guidance Tamil Nadu. She was heading Marketing and Communications in Government e-Marketplace under the Ministry of Commerce and Industries, New Delhi. She also has worked with international brands like Total Energy, Deutsche, Bangkok, Genesis, Burson Marsteller, and Corn Ferry International. In her present position in guidance, she engages with consulates, embassies, and international trade associations. Looking forward to hear more from you, Ms. Deepa Devi.
Thank you, Ritika. Thank you, Mr. Ashok Kapoor, for your kind words. And thank you, Rajesh, sir. You have made my job easier by highlighting all the opportunities, investment opportunities in the state of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, Vandana ma'am, for the elaborate presentation. I'm happy to meet you all the participants from across the globe. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the organizers. Apologies, our MD and CEO is stuck in a meeting since morning and she could not make it. Hopefully, as Vandana said, next time she'll be able to join you. So as we strongly believe the importance of the strategic foresight as it will help in shaping the future of our business, economy, and the country as a whole, we're really happy to be part of this business breakout session, especially on the state of Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has been repeatedly rated as one of the most favored investment destinations in India, and I'm happy to present a few slides on the same. Ritika, can we share the presentation, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so can we move to the next slide? Yeah. The vision for the state to make Tamil Nadu as the most preferred investment destination in South Asia is listed clearly here to create a business-friendly industrial ecosystem to attract investments in the next 10 years to the tune of 23 lakh crores, to create employment opportunities for 46 lakh people by 2030, and to create world-class industrial infrastructure and to upgrade the existing parks and to create new parks. Next. At a glance, of course, Rajesh sir has covered, we are the second largest state economy in India. We contribute to 8% of the national GDP and over 50% of the state is urbanized. We are a power surplus state and provide state-of-the-art infrastructure supporting the industrial growth, 32.6 gigawatt installed capacity and 24/7 reliable and quality power across the state. Next, please. And the infrastructure, we have outstanding connectivity with 4 large seaports and 4 international airports, inland container depot, container freight stations near the ports and industrial clusters, which is going to make your movement easier. The internet, the state has the highest available bandwidth, a seamless 14.8 Gbps internet connectivity. It caters to the digital needs of the state. Next. Highly skilled and abundant workforce, as sir said. 18 out of the top 100 engineering colleges in the country are from Tamil Nadu, and over 1 million graduates that pass out of universities, training institutes, and polytechnics feed into the entire manufacturing landscape. So we have this abundant, highly skilled workforce. Next. The evolution of sectors, you could see here, traditionally we are too popular for our automobile and the auto component sector. General manufacturing has always been our strength in the past 1 or 2 decades, and leather. But now in the last 2 years, the sectors that have witnessed considerable interest among the investors include the electric vehicles and auto electronics, solar photovoltaic cell manufacturing, electronics and electronic components, food processing, and data centers. And now we are moving on to the focus sectors. The semiconductor, fabs, and circuit boards is what we are getting a lot of inquiries in the recent past. Medtech and pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, it's close to the heart. We really want to come up on that. Aerospace and defense is definitely forming a huge role here. Specialty chemicals and technical textiles is forming part of the focus sectors. Next, please. The Tamil Nadu industrial policy, government of Tamil Nadu's latest industrial policy, this is expected to serve as a critical instrument that will help achieve Tamil Nadu's vision. This policy uses the levers like a structured package. This is specially customized to suit the investors' needs, with discussing with the panel of experts from different fields to inquire exactly what is it that you need to promote investments, to bring in investments into the state of Tamil Nadu. So right from structured package, incentives for logistics infrastructure, incentives for sunrise sector, incentives for foreign direct investment, incentives for industrial parks, incentives for sub-large projects, R&D projects. The industrial policy is literally customized and scripted to each and every individual need of the investor. We can also share a copy of the highlights with the organizers, and we can also cascade this information. We'll be very happy to share this information with you, and we would like to you all to come and explore the opportunities, investment opportunities into our state. Next, please. Of course, we are home to 74 of the Fortune 500 companies. The brands are here for you to see. I don't even have to read them. So from Schneider to Panasonic to Siemens to Nokia to Honeywell, all leading brands are here already. They made Tamil Nadu their home. And we'll come to the last slide. So the effective governance system, the government of Tamil Nadu accords the highest priority to the interest of the investors. So we in Guidance Tamil Nadu, we literally handhold the investors right from identifying the land opportunities till the grounding of the project. So we are the nodal agency for investment promotion and facilitation into the state of Tamil Nadu. So Guidance is coming up with a state-of-the-art single window portal for online applications. So this fast-track single window clearance mechanism system in the state of Tamil Nadu will ensure the new and existing investments get clearances in less than 30 days. A grievance redressal portal called BizBuddy, it has been launched. This is a beautiful redressal platform for industries with defined timelines. We also have an online web platform. This will provide a listing mechanism for private land, which is going to be really useful for the investors who are looking for even the private land opportunities. So this is on the annual. This will be launched soon. So Guidance, we look forward to, as Sir said, we invite all the investors to come forward and look forward to the investment opportunities into the state of Tamil Nadu. And Guidance is here to handhold your investment journey here. Thank you. Thank you once again to the Institute of Directors for this wonderful opportunity. And thank you, Ritika.
Thank you so much, Ms. Deepa Devi, for making us understand that how you can actually facilitate and make the road even smoother for people who are interested in investing in Tamil Nadu. And I'm sure you're going to get a lot of queries post these presentations about why it is such an attractive destination. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And now, before I request Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi, Vice President of Institute of Directors India, for his closing vote of thanks, I would like to, of course, thank all the speakers who spared their invaluable time and they were with us today to share their deep insights on this very, very important topic that concerns all board of directors as we all look towards future. Thank you once again for all the members who made time, not just in India, but across different time zones in different parts of the world to join us for this very, very special global virtual session. We would also like to thank each one of you at the backend team who helps us put this kind of an event together, which will be totally driven by technology. And of course, big thanks to our partners and the state government of Tamil Nadu for their overwhelming support for this very special program. I would like to thank our gold partners, starting with the Tamil Nadu Handloom Weavers Cooperative Society, popularly known as Co-optex. Moving on to our silver partners, that's Chennai Metropolitan Water Supply and Sewage Board, Tamil Nadu Industrial Development Corporation Limited, that's TIDCO, State Industries Promotion Corporation of Tamil Nadu, Tamil Nadu Cooperative Milk Producers Federation Limited, Chennai Metro Rail Limited, Guidance Tamil Nadu Cements Corporation Limited, and Tamil Nadu Tea Plantation Corporation. Thank you all for your support in making this virtual session such a success, and for all of you to join here. And before I go, I really hope you all stay safe, stay healthy. Going forward, I hand this over to you, Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi.
Thank you, Ritika, for thank you, Ritika, for your.
Excuse me. Hi, Ritika. We have one question from Ms. Deepa Devi that's come up in the chat box.
Okay, sure.
We shared it with you on your WhatsApp. Can you please share it
Sure.
here?
Sure. Okay, let's take this up. Ms. Deepa Devi, I would like to request that you please stay with us here because there's a very important question that's come up for you. And Mr. Pradeep, just
I can
just
wait,
keep
yeah.
your hanging
That's
on for
okay.
just for 5 minutes while we take this question up.
That's
The
important.
question for Ms. Deepa Yeah, Ms. Deepa Devi, is that the pandemic has disrupted supply chains across the globe. Tamil Nadu is strategically situated with a vast coastline and ports. How is the state preparing for the new opportunities in the post-pandemic era?
Sure, it's an interesting question, very useful and very sensitive questions as well. In the first time ever under the leadership of the new chief minister, all the ministers are working hand in hand with the bureaucrats. All the ministers have been nominated to the respective districts to oversee the COVID situation on the ground. And the mechanism is in place. Number two, guidance cell, 10-member team from guidance have been shortlisted and their names were flashed across all the TV channels. They have been working here 24/7 to take the crisis calls. And our executive director, Mr. Darius Ahmed, earlier has now been appointed as the Unified Command Center head, and under his leadership, all the unified commands, as all the calls are coming in, and the state government is handling all those calls under this new mechanism. And the meeting, a common meeting with all the local trade associations have already taken place under the leadership of the chief minister. And chief minister is also meeting all the consul generals, overseas trade associations, ambassadors, whoever is coming to meet him to find out their inputs and also coming up with solutions. A new economic advisory council with the experts, 5 experts, world-renowned experts, are already in place who will be advising the chief minister's office in combating this pandemic. Also, the medical aids, whatever is pouring in from different countries, are being channelized appropriately, and distribution is taken care of at the right momentum into the right to reach the right hands. And guidance was also part of the government order. When lockdown happened and whenever it was extended, guidance was part of the mechanism where we were sharing the government orders with all the associations and helping them in the e-registration of the vehicles, e-registration, so that safe transportation of the employees without disruption happen. And we were continuously helping the continuous industries and process industries so that no lockdown happens, the lockdown does not affect the essential and the continuous process industries. So 24/7, the work has been going on ever since the pandemic started. Even before this, when the first lockdown happened, guidance was facilitating the e-pass across the states for movement. Especially the requests were coming more from the other state for people wanting to come into Tamil Nadu. And relentlessly 24/7, the team was stationed inside the office and we were facilitating, taking thousands and thousands of calls.
All right. I hope that really answers the question, I think, very satisfactorily and elaborately. Ms. Deepa Devi delved on it. And there is a question about TIDCO, which we could have any of the speakers here answer that, which is about what are the major business sectors that are useful to Tamil Nadu. The eye on which special sectors per se is a question from the investment point of view. Ms. Deepa Devi, would you like to take that question?
Can you repeat, please?
When we're looking at the business sectors, especially, what are the major business sectors for investment which are useful to Tamil Nadu? Some special sectors that some really special focus is on.
Sunrise, the new Tamil Nadu Industrial Policy 2021 highlights sunrise sectors. Of course, all sectors are important, but the sunrise sectors, which has now come into the limelight, include the semiconductors, fab and circuit boards. Medical technology is assuming a lot of importance, pharmaceuticals and biotechnology. Aerospace and defense has always been on the radar. Specialty chemicals and technical textiles is really picking up momentum. Apart from that, the electric vehicles, the photovoltaic cell manufacturing and the food processing is really gathering steam in the recent past.
All right. And there's a question coming in from Mr. T.P. Rajesh. I would like to request the tech team to bring him back onto the screen. How can the rich culture of Tamil Nadu be projected more to the world through our handlooms and crafts? That's a question coming in from Mr. T.P. Rajesh. Do we have him with us?
Yeah. From the Tamil Nadu point of view, handloom has been our strength also, because weavers have been directly associated with the sector, especially in preparation, weaving that unique collections also, because we have Indian diasporas spread across the country, different parts of the world also, starting from Singapore, Malaysia, United States of America, and other Sri Lankas and other areas. So handloom sectors, we want to give a lot of new content to that, new themes to that. We want to combine both the traditionals with the modern also in the handloom sector. So this is one emerging sectors where they can try to do, they can come and they can put the more of investment there. And already is a lot of value addition. There is a scope for a lot of value addition, especially with regard to the new designs also. New designs, they can think of new designs, new design interventions, if they can come for that. So that scope is there. And in addition to that, there are handicrafts is also an emerging thing also, because we are now in the process of looking for an opportunities to some unique products, unique handicrafts. Probably we try to take it to the across the globe also, promoting that handlooms. Tamil Nadu is meant for the handlooms and the handicrafts. So these are the two broad things which we thought that we should try to focus on that. And what we are doing is that we try to, especially because it's more of an artisan's thing also, because the theme-based sarees, because that has been one of the very fascinating things, especially for the ladies also. So the theme-based motifs, we want to include that lot of theme-based motifs and assorted collections with the different combinations and permutations of the designs, themes, motifs, and other thing also. So I think probably we have a turnover of around some 250 crore as on day. So we want to make it to around some 500 crore also. And the international thing, we have one small thing called as Internet Cooptex International. Probably it has got a very modest turnover around some 1 crore. We want to increase it also. We want to have a global footprint, especially in these areas, handlooms as well as the thing also. And we want to cater to the different segments of the people also, right from the top rich to the bottom people, make it more affordable, make it more and more fancy and more attractive, more and more a theme-based sort of a thing also. So that we have been trying to promote that thing. And in addition to that, you know, this apparel industries, they already have been one of the very fast-growing sectors also, as I said in my presentation. Almost it has a turnover of around some 60,000 crores also as on date. So the concentration is mostly in Tirupur, and some of the things, some 20% of the things are in Erode. And so this industry is poised to have a bigger growth also. Maybe in another 2-3 years also, we may be able to reach a lakh crore turnover also. And a lot of it creates, it has almost penetrated into the global market, and it has taken a place for itself also, especially the apparels, knitwear and apparels. And other things which from the textile side, probably the other cotton sarees, that is also a grow thing. And this Kanjipuram, you know, everybody knows the Kanjipuram thing. So we want to do an authenticity, because our basic strength is about this fair ethical way of looking at it. So the concept of ethics, we want to bring that thing. We want to project it also. So that the introductions of this Jari thing also, to ensure that there is an authenticity, whatever they purchase, there is a value for money and other thing also in the retail segment. Of course, in other areas, see, there a lot of transition is going on, as I said in the thing also. So the sector is also opening up the thing also. Already it has reached a point, and now there is a lot of scope for value additions in that thing. And we think that maybe that cottons and other things, some new inventions, new innovations will happen also in the sectors. Probably we have been futuristic of this imbibing the new innovations in the sectors, and we'll try to progress ahead of it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. T.P. Rajesh, for explaining to us in detail all about the handloom sector there. And Moving forward now, I would like to hand over, and once again, before I go, just thank everybody who's joining me from various parts of the world and help me making, I think we had some great numbers today, great attendance from across the world for this global virtual session. And now I hand it over to Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi for the closing vote of thanks.
Thanks, Ritika, for your wonderful handling of this conference. This is for the first time that we had a conference on strategic foresight for boards shaping the future. We are obviously very grateful to Mr. Anurag Goel, IAS retired, the former Secretary, Government of India, who planned and decided that this will be a program of international value in this post-pandemic period, and we must look forward to how the companies should really move forward, what the board should do. And it was a wonderful integration and realization that the exponential technologies have its own important place in the businesses. Now, all the SDGs that we are trying to attain by 2030, at the last Rio Plus 20 conference, everyone realized the businesses have to play an important role, and therefore they were made the fourth arm for attaining those goals. And therefore the directors have an important role as to how do we reach our goal by not only by 2030, but also the zero net emissions by 2050. So the industry has a very important role, and we are extremely grateful to all the distinguished guests, Mr. U.K. Sinha, the chief guest for his address speaking about the DNA of the company. We are grateful to the secretary, the joint secretary in the ministry, Mr. K. Venkateramana Murthy, Mr. Shailesh Haribhakti for delivering the keynote address, Mr. Anurag Goel, well, he directed, and we are grateful for his sparing his time. Then we had a panel discussion on the strategic foresight, empowering directors for future-ready corporate governance, with Mr. Dinesh Hara, the chairman, State Bank of India, and the international participation of Roman Ritzbach and Sylvain Rochon, and then Mr. Mohan Pai. I mean, all the four made a wonderful contribution. And till this stage, this was then everyone was talking about, we have the boards, which are the outdated boards, or the boards with the people with the age group of 60 plus. And that is why when we are talking of the new technologies, exponential technologies, it doesn't match. I mean, that kind of a thing. Mr. Colin then made a presentation on summarize everything, and we're grateful to Mr. Colin. But then, really speaking, when we switched over to the business breakout session with the wonderful introduction given by Mr. Ashok Kapoor, we saw the youngsters, none of them was above 60. They were maybe half of the age. And we saw the women power also in full force, really explaining about how the state of Tamil Nadu is the real investment destination. I had my education in Tamil Nadu way back in the engineering, and Tamil Nadu it's not that Tamil Nadu has just come up all of a sudden. It has a long history. One of the four oldest colleges was the Guindy Engineering College. So the whole spirit of engineering education in Tamil Nadu was really started. The tier 2 and tier 3 cities were very important in Tamil Nadu as far as the industrialization, the small scale industrialization is concerned. Coimbatore is a classic example, which also became the first city to have every small scale industry to be connected through internet. That was the first place in the country they connected with the overseas, and their export at one time was the highest from Coimbatore to any place in the world. And then they similarly, the IT, one thing which has never been realized, they had been like, they kept a low profile, but in IT and IT-enabled services, Tamil Nadu had always been competing with Karnataka, although we are talking about the city of Bengaluru, but Madras and Chennai and other places also had very important place, and manufacturing has always been there. So this right now, Tamil Nadu is the very right place, and I think Mr. Ashok Kapoor has done a wonderful job for really identifying a state partner, when we heard all the young folks from Tamil Nadu highlighting all that can be done. There's much more, I'm sure, if you had more time, you could have given a little more highlights of what all we could do. And I'm sure that Tamil Nadu will continue to be our partners, and we really feel to continue and strengthen our partnerships. Various sponsors who have done, they have been thanked already by Mr. Ashok Kapoor and Ritika. And I must say at the end that under the overall guidance of our President, General Ahluwalia, Manoj, our CEO, Mr. Ashok Kapoor, our DG, have done a wonderful job, and then their team, our events team of Shivika, Rakesh, and Sushil, and the IT of Mr. Ravi and company. They've done a wonderful job to make it a perfect success, and we look forward to continue our partnership, make this information available to you, implement these programs, and benefit you with much better programs in future. And thank you very much. Thanks to all the participants from all over the world who spared their valuable time to be with us. Thank you very much on behalf of IOD. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now close. Yeah. Thank you.
அது இதுன்னு போட்டு சொல்லி படல